Microphone is on. Screen is on. Whoops. Hang on a second. Excuse me. Alright. 7-day login bonus. Let's go. Okay. What to do first? There is a lot of things to do, for sure. But I need to sort the factory. That's fine. The numbers are going down. That's fine. I'm gonna need to make a lot of sand leaf, don't I? I guess I can put some here, yeah? But later. First off, return back to the ship. Harvested. But now I need... Really? They won't let me... Fine. No, that's fine for now. Oh, sweet, more photos. Where's the next location? Is that above or below? Why does my mic smell like... My microphone... fluff thingamajig. It smells like roasted marshmallows. And I never had roasted marshmallows. Why would I have... How would I be able to have roasted marshmallows? Okay, yeah, I'm guessing it's above. Alright, here we go. Formation triangle. And next one will be probably tomorrow. All right. Next. I think I need some EXP, yeah.
준비? 내 검. 가자. 우리 차례야. 당신의 축복할게요. 공격이 시작될 겁니다. 여기까지야. 이런 건 어때?
나이스.
당연한 결과.
Do I have any sanity items? I got a few. Might as well use them.
준비? 가자. 우리 차례야. 당신의 자유롭지 않아요.
Nice.
없어.
That's where it is. Alright, one thing at a time. That's maxed out. That's maxed out. Perfect.
저쪽에 꽤 강해 보이는 녀석이 있어. 내가 한번 상대해 볼. 가자.
Worms!
확인했습니다. 도전 시작. 몰랐지? 난 전용 공법도 있다고. 이 강력을 꽤 유용하게 쓸 수 있을 거야.
Is that all? That better be all of them. Hey, Ratchet, what's up? So much has happened while I was away, I know. Once again, I had days where I could have streamed, but I was busy. And other days where I wanted to stream, but my body was telling me, no. Just no.
확인했습니다. 도전 시작. 여기까지야. 이러면 어때? 말하지 않아도 서로를 이해할 수 있.
I got some good news, bad news, worse news about Genshin. What could be the worst news? I always start with the worst. Beaten out that story and reached the current region. Oh boy.
위협적인 목표 발견.
Then I hope I hope you're understanding how the lunar stuff works. It's not rocket science, but yeah, it's another case of
정말 날카롭네.
understanding a new mechanic that you suddenly just get introduced.
모두 고생 많았어. 예상대로야. 진리가 우리를
And I take it then, since you made it to non-Cray, you should have gotten a free new 4-star character, Aino, pink hair girl mechanic. She may be small child, but she has big brain. But on top of that, since you made it to non-cray, get ready for some heavy, interesting lore here and there. And a lot of cutscenes for sure. Worst news, my Xbox controller is broken. I couldn't play Xbox Remote Play because Game Pass requires that you play games on the phone. Ugh. Remote Play. Game Pass. The price that subscription-based games often do. And considering the prices of game controllers, yeah, I feel you. All thanks to the glory of Microsoft trying to invest in AI. Well, then again, I haven't checked the prices on Xbox controllers nowadays. I didn't even finish the Leeway New Year's event on Midway Act 2. I haven't. Me too. I haven't even started the Lantern Rite yet. Or at least the current one. But yeah, no, don't worry about the Leeway event story. I didn't open this? Holy shit. But yeah, no worries about that one. The only moment you should where you should be worried is if there was like a deadline. Like usually the Lantern Rite event stuff does run under a limited time. Even the story during the Lantern Rite, if you miss it, then you just missed out on it, and that's it. Yeah, the custom Xbox controller I get on Amazon gets old after like 5 or 6 years. Custom Xbox, like it's not a Microsoft brand. Or I do know that Microsoft has like they offer like customizable options to your Xbox controller. Or do you mean like? Oh no, okay. Because the first thing I thought was like custom. I thought it was like a third party. But you know, for a third-party controller, if a third-party controller lasts for 5 years, that puts Mad Cat brand to shame. But yeah, that's the sucky part about controllers, even first parties. They last quite a long time, but before you know it, 5-6 years or so comes by really quickly, and you kind of like, realize at that moment you need to get a new one, which sucks because with inflation and all. I mean, for crying out loud, you know how much Joy-Cons are nowadays? And it doesn't help that, and even especially the Joy-Con 2, it's crazy. And Nintendo's not even invested in AI, but yet they decided to hike up the price on their Joy-Cons. I mean, to be fair, a pair of Joy-Cons is like buying 2 controllers. because it is two. They do technically function as a second controller, so somewhat reasonable, but hardly affordable. And as I speak, Nintendo's got a lot to answer, or they got to do some little restructuring, considering that they took a huge gut punch, losing sales profits for the lack of Switch 2s. Even Microsoft as well. Their sales on Xbox consoles dropped to like 30%. Found a new one on Amazon for like $20. As long as it's not like a third-party controller, I'd say that's a deal. And hopefully, I mean, I'm sure if you know the brand and you rely on it, then that's fine. I won't question it. The most annoying part for sure is when I hear people share their stories about like how, the Xbox Elite controllers. Yeah, that thing is expensive as hell, and people pointed out saying their Elite controller breaks 3 weeks later, or 2 or 3 weeks later. That thing, last I checked, was like $150. And for what? I don't know. I don't know the difference. Like, what exactly makes the Elite controller elite? It's just a controller. Unless it has more buttons. Yeah, no, man. 150 for a so-called Xbox upgraded controller, it's not worth it. I see no reason for anybody to even bother getting any sort of like deluxe edition of controllers. And I can say the same thing about the Switch Pro controller. Or I mean, like, there's a Switch 2 Pro controller. What's the difference? They added buttons right below the grip, and it's optional. Because in fact, there aren't that many games that uses those extra buttons. So what's the purpose of it? They're extras. You can go. In fact, you can even custom bind those two extra buttons, but through the what was it, the Switch 2 menu. So like, I think it's called SCL, or I don't know. And I've heard stories like people actually had found it as a convenience. Like, in fact, for example, like, I guess you could imagine like something like first-person shooters. You can assign those two buttons below as like a jump button or switching out inventory or whatever. So yeah, I do see the convenience. But is it worth the $100 price point for just the same controller that you can get for less, but it just adds two buttons below? I mean, that depends who you're asking. But yeah, if it were me, I'd say no. Just buy a regular controller and that's it. Unless like 100 games require you to that require the use of a new controller, then no, you know what? No, not even 100. Thousands. If thousands of games require you to use a deluxe controller, then yeah, that would be an unfortunate news. Then that's kind of like enforcing a product just to play a game. Kind of like when Nintendo, remember the new 3DS XL and how there were only like 3-4 games that were developed just for the upgraded 3DS. Yeah, I think one of them was like Xenoblade Chronicles, the first game, which is amazing for a tech, but if you wanted to play that on a 3DS, you have to get the new 3DS XL. It's not compatible to any other older 3DS models. That is an example of like forcing your consumers to upgrade just to play one game. And you know, when you think about it in hindsight, yeah, not worth it. In fact, you know, it's ironically Nintendo's doing exactly that with the Switch 2. Notice how, as of now, there are a lot of Switch. No, whenever they announce like a game that's coming to Switch 2, they also say, "Oh yeah, it's coming to Switch 1." And of course they just point out the obvious difference of what makes them different. At least the option's there. Like if you still have a Switch 1, there's no harm done. You can still play the game. It's still released there. But then when I think about that out loud, I kind of like think about like how Sony did that with the PlayStation Pro. Is the Pro necessary? Honestly, no. That's the case of like, you know, like a console that's optional to purchase. As for the Xbox Series XS, it's pretty much like that. Series S is like the base model, and then X is, let's call it the equivalent to a PS5 Pro. As long as there are as long as there are two ways you can, no. How do I say it? As long as you could play the game on either consoles, that's fine. But then when there's a game that's locked behind a newer console, again, kind of like the 3DS XL, yeah, that feels forced. That feels like they want you to buy that new console, new portable device or whatever, just for the sake of one or two games. And yeah, in hindsight, I say the 3DS XL, not worth it. Nintendo more or less is kind of repeating that mistake, but unless they can like make like 100 Switch 2 exclusive games, yeah, as of now, this is their exact reason why people are not buying a Switch 2. There's just not much of a reason to own it. I mean, like I said before, some indie games and third-party games, if you can still play it on Switch 1, the only drawback is that you'll have to play a game that's, you know, underperformed. But if people have tolerated, if I was Nintendo's advisors, I'd tell them, stop making Switch 1 games. You want your latest console to fly off store shelves? Then yeah, stop developing Switch 1 games. Just make Switch 2. Tell your third parties, stop making them. Okay, well, you can't tell indie games. Indie games, they choose. They're independent, of course. But yeah, companies like Bandai Namco, Square Enix, they gotta stop. And Capcom. I mean, actually, they're already doing that, right? Resident Evil 9 is Switch 2. God forbid, don't even play Resident Evil. Don't play Resident Evil 7 and 8 on Switch 1. It's cloud based. And I doubt Square Enix would re-release Kingdom Hearts, the entire collection on Switch 2. They've already done that with Switch 1, all in cloud based, and unless Square Enix is willing to shell out money to report it digitally and maybe with game card, then yeah, no, I honestly don't see that happening. You can pretty much tell where that most of that money went down. Final Fantasy Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. Honestly, one game over 7? Was there like 7 Kingdom Hearts games? I don't know. Yeah, I'd say that's a better call. Sorry, Kingdom Hearts fans, but Square Enix has a favorite child right now. Anyways, yeah, speaking of which, Final Fantasy Rebirth. Yeah, that Nintendo partner direct, I'm just gonna say it outright. It was unnecessary. Especially the way how they close it off. Like that, most of those games could have just been announced there was no need for a Nintendo partner direct for that. In fact, most of those games that they announced there was just ports. Out of all of them though, I would say at least 2 games was somewhat deemed necessary to show up. So you have the Super Bomberman collection, because at least that's not really a port, but rather a new game that's announced. Well, a new compilation, I should say. Good on Konami. They actually do care about their franchises, and they actually want to release video games and not, pachinko slot machines. And then the other game was Grand Blue Fantasy Relinked. It's a new expansion. What's it called? Endless Ragnarok. So technically, it is a port, but at the same time, it's an expansion announcement for the base game. In fact, yeah, it's a DLC, not like a second game. I went to the Steam page. I don't think it's not showing on the PlayStation Store, but on Steam, it's sold as like a expansion DLC. So hey, good on Side Games. They actually are continuing supporting Relink. It has new story, new characters, new missions, and I can't recall the last time I played that game. I'm pretty sure I haven't even done most of the post-game stuff, because holy shit, the extra missions are damn hard. As much as I want to switch it to easy mode just to get through it, but nah. No, thank you. And that's about it. Everything else, especially the way how they close it off with nothing but Bethesda games. Yeah, good on you, Todd Howard. Porting your favorite games on the Switch 2. What else is new? Nothing. It would have been, honestly, I would have forgiven Todd Howard if they had announced Fallout New Vegas remastered after all those ports. Like honestly, that would be the moment, a perfect moment to sort of forgive them. But nah. Nah, they just had to end it off on a really, really low note. Off to a great start, eh, Nintendo? But, you know, at least that was just a partner direct. But I think at this point they're not going to do like a Nintendo first party direct. Since they, you know, they just did a Tomodachi Life direct. And then there was another one before that. Which game was that again? What was that? What was the previous Nintendo Direct before Tomodachi? I actually don't remember. Well, at least Tomodachi Life is Switch 2 exclusive. Well, Microsoft and now Nintendo, they had their little presentation. And now, Sony is doing theirs. Let's see if they are any better or worse. And apparently, the State of Play is going to be... It's happening Thursday this week. And it's going to be an hour long. Now, an hour does sound pretty nice, pretty lengthy. But you have to remember, in every presentation, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 games that's going to take up most of that time frame. So, don't get too excited. Oh yeah, no, yes, there was, as of right now, there's already a leak on one game that's going to be at the State of Play. But I don't think it should be like a surprise. In fact, you could even blame Steam for this because Steam also leaked it. As you already know, Marvel Tokon is coming out on PlayStation 5 and Steam, right? So this morning, because of that, yeah. No, like I said, no surprise, Marvel Tokon will be at the State of Play. But what got people pissed off, yeah, literally right off the bat. Right off the bat, people are already pissed off about the State of Play with Marvel Tokon. Is that apparently, according to the Steam page, that has changed because I guess somebody on Steam accidentally revealed everything. The game's only going to launch with 20 characters. And yeah, that alone already got people fumed. Well, not just fumed, but disappointed as well. What did I say about keeping your expectations? Well, you know, some people just don't... People continue to let the hype train take them off to... Rather than to their destination, it takes them off a cliff. But, yeah. In my opinion, I say 20 is not so bad. In fact, hey, at least it has more character. That's still a higher number than 2XKO. And mind you, I'm pretty sure there's going to be DLC. And not only that, but yeah, like I understand the issue, the problem right now. 20 characters for a tag team fighting game does seem pretty low, but mind you, it's not exactly like your traditional tag team fighting game, like anything like Marvel versus Capcom. No, people have already seen, people have played the demo, the beta, the closed beta demos. Even they admitted that yeah, it doesn't feel like a tag team fighting game, but just different in that sense. Anyways, yeah, but with 20 characters, I say people can still make a bunch of various combinations. Like, well, I'm sure in the long term there's going to be, high tiers, low tiers, and such. But I think a lot of people, once again, are kind of like too quick to judge. There's only like what? We've only seen like 6 characters, right? Or was it 8? Sure, that's only 1/4, but, or, yeah, 1/4, but come on, guys. 20 characters in a game where you're able to switch between characters, and they all share HP, so again, it's not exactly a tag team, but I guarantee you, by the time the game comes out, people are still going to get it anyways, and then they're going to go to the lab and test, experiment. And before you know it, 20 characters turned out to be very doable. Unlike 2XKO. 2XKO only had like what? Has right now 8, 9 characters right now? And already the people, even with only 9, 8 characters, people were already experimenting on the game, various combinations, and which 2 characters are proper to each other. If less than 10 characters in a tag team fighting game can do well, I'm sure 20 is fine. But yes, I'm aware 4v4 20 characters pretty low. But and then 2XKO being a 2v2 with only like 10 characters or so, then yeah, I see the big difference. But I'm still standing my point. People are going to find various combinations with Marvel Tokon. So don't get me wrong, I wish it was 25 or at least 30, but maybe down the road we'll get to that point. But speaking of 2XKO, or actually before I get to that, so yeah, State of Play, that was like the one game that is currently has, I guess at this point, is confirmed to be at the State of Play. I have a feeling that's going to be the game that's going to take up most of the time frame during the State of Play, because I'm sure Arc System Work wants to reveal as much of the game, and thanks to Steam, yeah, might as well just spill the beans anyways. Somebody, whoever was in charge of who accidentally leaked everything on the Steam page, yeah, that person's gonna get a lecture. Now, as for 2XKO, yeah, suddenly Riot decided to just take half of the dev teams away from the game. And didn't they just like announce that there's gonna be like some balance patch, and they just started season 1, and then suddenly, okay, half of you guys get out of here. You're working on LOL. And people were like questioning. Not only that, but they were like questioning: Did this game even get any marketing? Well, let me tell you, yes, it did. It's it was at a place called Evo. If some of you folks never heard of Evo, you've been dwelling in your beds for too long. But and yeah, hello, it was everywhere on my YouTube ads. Okay, every time I try to watch a YouTube video, I get 2xKO ads. How is it not known to people? There's no way those people have not seen YouTube skippable ads of 2xKO. Unless it has something to do with the algorithm. But yeah, anyways, that's just stupid for Riot. Why would they take half the team to make them go back to work on LoL? Like, I get League of Legends is their flagship, most treasured, most profitable IP, but you have a new game that appeals to fighting game fans. Doesn't matter, and then suddenly it's like, okay, yeah, I think the game's not doing well. We should just go back. That's like giving up right off the bat. Like, what the fudge? It was in early access. It officially came out last month in January, along with a console release finally, and they just decided to throw up their hands. For crying out loud, look at me, Hoyo, or Hoyoverse. They have like 4 games and a couple more on the way. They're all live service games, and yet they still somehow managed to develop all 3 games, or 4, 5 now. I mean, later down the road. And yeah, mind you, Genshin's not going anywhere anytime soon. There's still another couple of years of story development going on. and they're gonna probably do like some character buffs maybe down the road. "2xKO, it's not even a year old, and Riot decides to just take away half the team. That is some excellent game development business right there, Riot. Hell, it's not even a good look it's not even a good look on them. I haven't played the game myself, but I heard that there is no fighting game inputs in 2xKO, right? Because the idea was to appeal to casual audience. Casuals, sure. But on the other hand, dude, even with simple controls, I've seen people like pull off some sick-ass combo moves. Especially like one of those one-touch death moments. Well, whatever happens from there on out, let's just hope that Riot takes their head out of their asses and actually realize what the heck they are doing. But you know what? You know what I think is going to happen though, if this if this drags on. There are probably some dumb higher up at Riot is gonna come back and look at 2xKO and say, "What happened? You guys were what happened to the game? I thought it was doing well." And when the internet reminds them that they basically took half the team, trust me, higher ups are gonna be tone deaf ear on that. They're gonna say, "Oh, it's not our fault that we took half the team. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I thought that having enough... I thought less than half is enough to make one fighting game." Stop making accusations on us. Expedition 33 was made by 33 people. I'm sure less than 33 is enough to make a fighting game.
훌륭한 전투였습니다.
이번엔 쉽네. 진리가 우리를 보살펴 주신 거예요. 여기까지야. 예상대로야.
Well, somebody at Riot should remind the higher-ups that 2XKO, I remember when it was like hinted, teased a long time ago. And I was always like wondering, when is this League of Legends fighting game coming out? And then there were like some behind the scenes interviews saying like how not only was it their first time, but they were working under, you know, less people. That they had like less people to work with. And now it's getting smaller because of management that decided to cut the team in half. Auto combos of supers. Like I know, okay, yeah, I already said my piece about that. Like that's like another reason why people have given up on 2XKO. But those very same people are just folks who just want, like, who want to play like traditional fighting games that feel more rewarded for just doing those difficult inputs. Also, yeah, like, you know, kind of like the Street Fighter 6 moment. Like, you remember how people were complaining, competitors were complaining about casuals using modern controls and how modern controls were, you know, they may do less damage, but they get their wins. They get wins too easily, or some like that kind of argument. I mean, yeah, now the argument has already passed. Like, mostly, and you know, the complaints were just kind of like forgotten. Although I imagine why people kind of like stopped talking about that was because I guess some of those people who use modern controls eventually stopped using them and then tried playing with classic and actually understood like the gameplay mechanics, which I imagine that was the intentional thing. And that's where my opinion drives in. I'd say having a fighting game with modern controls like auto combos and easy supers to pull off, it's a nice welcoming addition for those who are not familiar with fighting games. I mean, for me, you know, yeah, I'll admit, when I was playing fighting games a long ass time ago, like Super Street Fighters 2 and Street Fighters 4, you know, I was not, and Blaze Blue, I was not a fan of those inputs. I had to learn. It was back in the day when there were no auto combos. But looking at it now, I still see it as a nice, accessible way. And people, yeah, it's optional, like you said, Ratchet. It's optional. If people want to play the game, a fighting game, as intended, well, intended based on the fighting game veterans, like, you know, the ones that would tell you stop using auto combos, play the fighting game like a fighting game, like traditional controller. No, nowadays both options are available. You can choose to play with like fighting game inputs or with autos. Is there any harm with autos? No. It's a welcoming addition to welcome those who are not familiar with fighting games, those who are new to it, or for those who just wanna refresh their not refresh, dust off their fighting game experience, like me. And yeah, thankfully, Marvel Tokon will have both options. You can have an auto combo button, or you can do inputs, classic inputs. like I said, I understand the complaints from all you competitors out there, but not every fighting game has to appeal to you. And plus, you have to look at it from another perspective. What if there was some folk that wants to like get into fighting games? Like sure. Like sure they you would tell them. You would tell a casual like you gotta like a veteran actually, you know what, no, in my opinion I think a veteran should not tell a casual, hey, you should learn how to play a fighting game like I did without auto combos. No, that is no longer, and that is no longer the one and only option, because a bunch of fighting games today now have both casuals and classic controls. If it were me, I tell the casuals, try playing. I mean, initially I would tell them try playing with the classic inputs, and if you don't like it, just go to auto combo, and then understand, you know, the basics, and eventually adapt from there, from that point on. I've seen it happen. I've seen people go from playing Street Fighter 6 with modern controls, and then suddenly they actually switch to classic because they understood how the game works. They understood like how inputs work. It took time, but they learned, they grew, they learned. Back in the day, it was hard for us. Now, hey, at least casuals have the luxury. They can choose to play with auto combos. And then if at any point, if they feel like the controls are too easy and they want to challenge or they want to evolve, yeah, then no harm. Just go back to classic. Just change to classic. And yeah, again, bringing in casuals is honestly a necessary thing to have, because once again, like I said before, not every fighting game has to appeal only to veterans. Because if you want your community, in this case the FGC, to grow, you need to bring in some fresh meat, aka new players. You don't want to scare off new players and say, stop playing with auto combos, you're not welcome here. No. You want new people, man. You don't want to see, let's say, I mean, I'm just going to exaggerate here. You don't want to see Justin Wong facing the same opponents over and over, right? We want folks like Justin Wong facing new people. People who could become the next potential Evo moment 37, you know? Oh, was it 34? Oh god, I'm getting old to remember. We need people, the FGC needs another sort of like generation of that. And to do that, we need to bring in new players, new people who would be who wants to get into fighting games, those who are interested in fighting games. That's why game developers nowadays, like Arc System Works and Capcom, they're considering those options. They're considering those casuals so that those people would become new Street Fighters fans or new Guilty Gear fans or whatever. You don't want to just stick to the old, right? You want those numbers to grow, not be at a number that fluctuates like up and down. Like, no, it needs to grow. Think about it. A long time ago, there weren't that many RPG fans, but as Square and Bandai Namco, Nintendo started pumping out like RPG games, depending on whatever franchise was made back in the day, more and more people got into it. The number of RPG fans grew, and it has to continue to grow with sequels or something like Final Fantasy, You know, where it's not like sequels, but like new entries, new installments, spin-offs. So like, yeah, with fighting games, yeah, you just gotta, you have to give some accessibility to people who are gonna be new to the game, to the genre. In fact, think about it. I think about it. I guarantee you, not the amount of VTubers that I've watched, they were not fighting game fans. They had a history of playing it, but they were not into it. But then, Street Fighter 6, when they introduced modern controls, those very same VTubers played it with modern controls. They got it hooked. They got interested. And then they wanted to adapt. So they switched to classic. They dug themselves so deep. We got a Street Fighter 6 McDonald's Japanese ad because of that. And what does that entail? Street Fighter 6, fighting games in general, the genre grew. It went from people and VTubers, whatever, that were not really interested in fighting games, to now they're invested in it because the game was accessible to not just veterans, but to casuals. And from casuals to veterans. And it works. Street Fighter 6 was made a huge example of itself. And if anybody's going to deny that, well, all I can say is you're lost in your own competitive world. Your toxic competitive world. But you know, I can't blame you. Did I already pick this up? No, I didn't. Wait. Actually, yeah. So I'd say, yeah. More fighting games should have accessibility controls like that. Anyways, yep. So, and that's actually the opposite of what Riot Games is doing with 2XKO. They think, well, this is just an assumption here. Like people on the internet just going off saying stuff. They're just, because of the numbers are not the number of deaths have been cut in half. They're giving off the impression that Riot Games has no faith in 2XKO, but they still want to put it on. They still want somebody to work on it at least. Oh, jeez. But I guarantee you, if Riot Games is expecting big progress on the development of 2XKO, like with each season, mid-season, they're not gonna get the results that they want. And then, yeah, like I made that exaggeration before. If Riot Games is expecting much, but then they get told that there's not much. Like, there was not enough manpower. Yeah. At least we can all agree Riot Games was the one that made a stupid move. And the higher-ups, will be ignorant and say, it's not our fault. You should have tried harder. You should have made your updates more frequent. Like Hoyoverse. Hey man, not every game developer is all the same, man. Even to this day, I question how Hoyoverse is able to pull off, like, releasing updates to all 4 of their games every month. The worst thing that could happen though is if Riot Games expects too much out of 2XKO but then shows no improvement. I guarantee you Riot Games will just abandon ship and then basically tell everybody just focus on League of Legends and Valorant and nothing else. And that's the worst outcome. Like, for Christ's sakes, man, Riot Games, they dominated the MOBA genre, and they're getting all the attention with the competitive shooters, like with Valorant. And then, think about it, now they stepped into the genre of fighting games. That, yes, has an audience, has a scene, but you have to invest in it. Taking away half the team is like saying, I have no faith in it, but I'm just in a way putting it on life support. In only one season. One.
이 녀석들의 상대는 나다.
축복할게요. 나한테 맡겨.
One.
언제든지 갈수 있어. 여기까지야.
Could have done better. It could have been more. It should have just been whatever number it was in. How many people were in right now? But no, sure, go ahead, Riot.
제 기도가 하늘에 닿았군요. 잘했어.
If they say it's if they say it's just business, that's bullshit. Any company, any higher up that says it's just business, yeah, no. That's just them sticking the middle finger to you. And all you can do is stick the middle finger back at them, but they'll just ignore it.
교전 시작.
Well, at least somebody should remind Riot Games how much money they spent on developing 2XKO. And if they want that money back, you gotta support the new game that you developed and spent money on. Simple as that, man.
길 잃은 자가
No different than full price games.
제 지팡이로. 여기까지야. 이건 어때? 받아라. 날려버리겠어. 모두
When game developers or any company that makes a product, you are expected to make profit out of it. Spend money to make money.
이 녀석들의 상대는 나다.
나한테 맡겨.
I wish and that's something that I bet Ubisoft wish they could have learned, but nah, look at them now. Ubisoft has now faced their ultimate downfall,
존재는 우리가 아니에요. 받아라.
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
and nothing of value was lost.
연속 공격. 덤벼. 말하지 않아도 서로를 이해할 수 있죠.
Anyways, did I play the new chapter in ZZZ? Not yet. But once again, just before that update, before the update went live, I left the previous story. I just finished that on the last minute, or the last 2 days before the free reward was expired.
강력한 적이야. 신분 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니에요.
So I had to like skip a lot of cutscenes, but not all of them, of course. I still had to like get some context. But at least I understood at the end what happened at the end. Xiao Guan has been hired to be chosen to be a void hunter, and then her big brother, all is forgiven, but he has set off on a journey, find another way to free his sister from that sword. Also, that sword has a connection with the creator, so Hmm.
회복됐어.
Interesting.
결론은 가깝죠. 여기까지야. 나한테 맡겨.
And then what else happened? Oh yeah, that crazy, the evil lady Sarah. Holy shit. She became the very thing that she hoped to be. Well, at least she's dead. This time for sure, I think. No there was no body, but I think it was obliterated. Well, good riddance. I didn't like that woman. Ever since she stirred up trouble in season 1. She literally was wearing red, so red flags were waving all over her. She's the villain. There is no redeeming. Unlike the Doctor. Yeah, I mean, just like the Doctor, there ain't no chance she's gonna be playable. And if anybody has and if anybody has a sympathy for her, yeah, nah. Yeah, that's right. We also get a backstory. But that still doesn't mean much to me when Sarah decides to go a little crazy. Message redacted. Why? it was a typo. Anyways, where am I going? Oh, right. I need the mushrooms. But yeah, no amount of backstory for Sarah, just like Signora, is not gonna make up for the path they have chosen. I mean, for crying out loud, Sarah's backstory was like she begged for someone to help her or help somebody, but then she gets like no help from humanity. She wants to throw it all away, but then along came the Creator. And then basically, in a nutshell, it was like a cult behavior. But it turns out to be more than a cult, as we find out with that apparently Belle and Wise's mentor, Carol, she apparently had something to do with the Creator, and that she was willing to pay the price of what was about to happen. But that still left a lot of questions than answers. Well, in any case, now that Sarah's out of the way, I'm expecting a new villain in season 3, that's for sure. And that's definitely gonna happen. Right, as of right now, it's right now the latest story is actually a interlude. And you know what that means? ZZZ will begin season 3 maybe sooner than expected. But then again, no, the game came out in July. Well, actually, no, then again, Genshin's new arc story began before even its anniversary. 2 months before its anniversary? It doesn't have to match with an anniversary. So yeah, no, I'm guessing ZZZ is about to enter season 3 either next month or the month after that. So either March or April. I mean, it also depends. Actually, no. There's probably gonna be another interlude, because the new characters. It's supposed to be 3 of them, but right now, it's just 2 for this for this update. The members of Angels of Delusion. Phase 1 is the first member. Phase 2 is the second one, and the third member, yeah, not even in this update. She's in the next one, probably. So probably they're gonna throw in like a part 2 interlude or something like that. Because kind of like how season 1 ended, where it was split into 2 parts. That's my guess. So then, actually, that being said, then that means season 3 won't start until April. Where we're gonna go next locale? No idea. They haven't dropped any hints or clues yet. Like the way how season 1 ended, where Belle and Wise gets like a new temporary mentor. She dropped in. She was full reveal, full character reveal, and then literally a month after that, she became playable for the new season. Our new Shifu. But now that I kind of think about it, she only made their Shifu have only made an impact in just the first 2 updates. And then after that, she just kind of like wasn't there for the most part. Most of season 2 was like we did meet the Spook Shack squad, and then basically all your seniors had like their own little problems. And then just when everybody needed their Shifu, she's not there because she had like official business back at the main city. And it's like, okay. I thought it wasn't really much of a build-up. It was more like a tease at the end of season 1, but I was honestly expecting that she would stick around or be with Belle and Wise for like more than half of the story or through the season. But no. Not at all. But since she's only temporary though, I imagine she would be not much relevant in the next season, in season 3. ZZZ season 1 was in July. That was the release date. 4th of July! America! Hell yeah! And then season 2 was in June. So that's what I mean. Like, season 3 might start sooner than expected. I mean, again, that depends on how it actually rolls out. Like, unless Hoyoverse decides to release the interlude in 3 parts instead of 2, like they did with season 1, then maybe instead of April, maybe it could be in May or June again. Who knows?
위협적인 목표 발견.
우리 차례야. 당신을 축복할게요. 됐어. 완벽한 호흡이야.
And when there's a new season, you know what that means? Well, new characters, but it also means new gameplay mechanics. And probably a new element. And maybe not a new element, but like something that is kind of like a new element, but it's like still like using the same elemental chips. Like, who is it? Miyabi is an ice user, yes, but her ice is different from other characters like Ellen. Hers is a frostburn. But at least you didn't need to like they didn't like introduce like a new character skill chip, it would still, you just still needed to like grind for ice. That's it. Ice element.
연속 공격. 이런 걸 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야. 내가 뒤를 맡을게. 공격이 시작됐어. 나한테 맡겨. 나한테 맡겨. 진리가 우리를 보살펴 주신 거예요.
Did I already spend my sanity? Yeah, I did.
이 녀석들의 상대는 나다.
Now that non-crate is pretty much done, then surely the next update, next major update for Genshin, we're going straight to Her Royal Majesty, aka the Cryo Archon's home turf. Should be interesting.
자유롭지 않아요. 이번엔 쉽네.
Oh, whoops. Excuse me. Should be interesting what kind of interaction we'll have. Some say she has a cold personality, but she ain't crazy mad. I mean, hey, you have to remember that she was not too happy when she heard that the doctor decided to go AWOL. And I can imagine the doctor's intention was like, I'm gonna be a god, and when I reach the level of godhood, not even Her Royal Highness can stop me. Ha 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 ha. So, obviously the doctor is on nobody's side but himself. He uses everybody, even the Cryo Archon, as just leverage. Such as an entitled villain, they think they are untouchable. Only to finally realize at the last minute of their moment of fighting the hero, then they become touchable. And then they cry their heart out. But I had godhood! Why? How is it possible that a mortal like you beat me? Oh, that's simple. Power of friendship. Stupid. I mean, no, really, think about it. The doctor had no friends. That's why he failed. Well, specifically, he attempted to recreate a moon, but it was a false moon. And I knew... I mean, Columbina was the one who pretty much kicked his ass, because she had the power of the real moons. The doctor had a false moon. That was his flaw.
고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니에요.
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
이런 건 어때? 연속 공격. 잘 보고 피해.
Kind of like when Tails made a fake Chaos Emerald just to fool Dr. Eggman and basically damage the space colony arc.
예상대로야.
저희 모두
But
같이 만들어
a fake Chaos Emerald doesn't really have much power. Not like they can make any use of it afterwards. Oh shoot, I gotta do some courier stuff. Why can't Hoyoverse put their games on Steam? I can't do the dailies and continue the story with a broken controller. Yeah, I kind of questioned that too. Like, they only put Honkai Impact Third on Steam, and it's still there. I mean, I guess because they were already knee deep, they can't just pull it out of Steam. Oh, actually, you know why? Because now that Hoyoverse became such a big company, rather than publishing their games on a third-party app, they want to self-publish it themselves. So hence why, when it comes to like playing Hoyoverse games on PC, your launcher would be directly from their web browser. Or I don't know how it is for how you install Genshin on PC, but basically, yeah, it's they just want to do it. They would just want to self-publish themselves. So that's what in a way, kind of think of it like this way, like when EA did not want to have their games on Steam, so they just developed their own launcher. It's like that basically, because you also have to remember, when third-party developer when publishers release their games on digital storefronts, they're paying a fee basically to have their games be distributed on those platforms. Remember, it's a common knowledge, like all the games on Steam, whenever let's say you buy Expedition 33 on Steam, Valve takes a bigger cut than Sandfall Entertainment every time a game is purchased. Like Sandfall will still make money, but at the end of the day, through Valve's policy on how their games are released, they get a bigger margin. On the Epic Game Store, on the other hand, for Epic, it was the other way around. But at the end of the day, people don't like Epic Game Store. So much so that the guy who runs it, Tim Sweeney, I think that's his name, he would go on and try to brag and say Steam is bad, Epic Games is better because we have Fortnite and whatnot. But the community speaks otherwise. Like, people who use the Epic Game Store say that their launcher is bad. It starts off bad. The friend list thingy doesn't work that well. And sure, they offer free games and whatnot and other benefits. And yeah, like I said, publishers earn a bigger margin than Epic does when it comes to like video game purchases and distribution. But the platform itself wasn't really that great. And then, as for Steam, this is actually an ongoing situation between Steam and Epic Game Store. But as of now, not as of now, for the longest time up to this day, Steam is winning. Valve is like they're playing the game of do nothing and just win everything. And there's a reason why they're winning and why people these days prefer Steam. 2 words: seasonal sales. Like, aside of all the other features that Steam does better than Epic Games, it's the seasonal sales that gets people to come and stay on Steam. Think about it. How many times have you heard where people would buy like a bulk of triple A's, double A's, and shovelware games in their big ass shopping cart for less of a price? So often, because yeah, people just love Steam's seasonal sales. The price are a freaking bargain. Anyways, So yeah, I don't know why I got to that point. Yeah, basically, yeah, Hoyoverse doesn't want any of that. Even though it's free to play, they probably didn't want to use Steam's online client service or something like that. I'm no programmer or such, but I imagine that would have been a headache for them to deal with. So rather than relying on Valve's online client services, Hoyoverse wants to just do it on their end, like do it themselves. So they have their own website, where I guess that's where you download the games and you can connect your account there and blah blah blah. But you need a Hoyoverse account if you want to link between Hoyoverse account to your Xbox or PlayStation account. So that way cross save is possible. You know, take your progress on the go on your well, okay, I was gonna say phone, but why would anybody want to play Genshin on their phones? let alone ZZZ. It's a freaking action game. You're telling me people want to play an action RPG game on a phone? Hey, don't get me wrong. I've seen phones that are capable of excellent 3D, high fidelity graphics. But at the end of the day, people just want to play it on PC and consoles. Just play it at home. I mean, just imagine, what if you lose your phone then? What then next? Not only is your game app in there, but your credit card probably. And this is why I never put... Why I'd say it's... Nobody should ever put their credit card information on their phones. It's convenient, but just imagine... I mean, it should be known that people nowadays put a lot of things in their phones. So, yeah, don't do that. That's max. That should be max. This is max. Oh boy, picking up all these materials. But they take forever, man. They take a whole week just to reach to the limit.
가자. 우리 차례야. 당신의 이러고 할게요. 나한테 맡겨. 언제든지 갈 수 있어. 연속 공격. 이런 건 어때? 예상대로야.
But yeah, that's my guess. I guess that's why Hoyoverse doesn't want to do that. Put their games on Steam. No, wait, aren't EA games on Steam? Yeah, sorry, I was mistaken. EA with Epic. I mean, who even uses EA Origins, anyways?
우리 차례야.
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
나한테 맡겨. 상대는 나야. 여기까지야. 이번엔 쉽네.
I heard from the grapevine.
승리입니다.
The devs behind High Guard has officially given up on the game. But that's just word of mouth from the internet. And according to Steam,
유용하겠네요.
player counts dropped like crazy. When at first it had at least 90,000 players. Bigger than Concord, at least. I mean, to be fair, Concord, you had to pay for it. And then, what was it? High Guard was a free-to-play game. And then, yeah, last I checked, it went from... It only took, like, about a week for that number to drop all the way down to 9,000. So basically, more than 10,000 people have left. Boy, I bet Jeff Keighley didn't feel too good about that. And he says he's played the game. He said it was good. And to make matters worse, now, if you thought people have been calling High Guard Concord 2, well, let me tell you, now there's a Concord 3! Yep, there is another game that is pretty much going to be on the same line as those two. And that game is Horizon Hunter's Gathering or something like that. Yes, now it's Sony's turn. Oh wait, no, this is now Sony's second time trying to make yet another game that I'm sure is not gonna do well. Like, good God, I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, so it's gonna be another co-op game. They changed the graphics to make it look cartoony. Sounds familiar, huh? And oh boy, the character roster is not looking great. And yep, Sony did not, basically, in other words, Sony did not learn their lesson. But what's funny is that this is the same Sony that made the right call to make Marvel Tokon. Well, they're not making it themselves, but rather they're allowing it to be a thing. It's such a it's such a funny thing, don't you think? It's like this is the same company that has made so many bad decisions, but then it just 180s that with one game. I mean, that's not to say that all is forgiven, but I think the message should be clear. No, by the time Marvel Tokon comes out, the message, assuming that Marvel Tokon does well, the message will be clear to them. That if you give people what they really want, then you're going to make a profit. But if you give them something that people aren't not even asking for, something that they don't want, then yeah, of course, then you're not going to make money whatsoever. Put it this way. Imagine this, or not imagine, think about it. To this day, McDonald's Big Mac, it's still around. But imagine a long time ago when it was first invented. And then the fact that it's still here. What does that say? That McDonald's, when they first made the Big Mac, it was like the right call. It was the product that people loved. It was new at the time, yes, but it worked. It was a new additional thing on the menu. And when people loved it, they just kept it on the menu to this day. And every now and then, maybe they might change. Actually, you know what? No, not that. That's a terrible example. Now that I'm saying it out loud. Give people what they want. I guess Resident Evil 7 would be an easy one. Would be a clear example. After, I mean, it started off strong with 4. 5 was pretty great, but then 6 and, well, after Resident Evil 6, that's when people were kind of like tired, and they didn't want another action-based Resident Evil game. Think about it. We had, after 6, there was Operation Raccoon City, and then Umbrella Corp, that I'm sure Capcom wished they forgot. And then they even tried to do some experiments like that on-rail shooter, Umbrella Chronicles, Dark Side Chronicles, and then there was like another one. Shit, I forgot. And then when things were not working, Capcom decided, you know what? We got to give people, Resident Evil fans, what they really want, back to its roots. And that's what 7 did. Where am I going? Oh, right. And yeah, think about it. Capcom, after 6, gave us Resident Evil games that we didn't ask for. Things that some folks that were more or less tired of seeing. They didn't want that. They just want good old, scary Resident Evil. And that's what we got. Simple as that. Capcom officially snapped back into a realization, and they finally they understood what the fans wanted. They gave it to us. We We spend money. Capcom made a profit. I mean, we loved Resident Evil 7. Capcom made a profit. And that's that. It shouldn't be rocket science to a lot of game developers today. If you give people what they want, and if people love it, and when people love it, then yeah. Look at that. Money comes in. Oh, amazing, isn't it? I know.
어디든지 갈 수 있어. 여기까지야.
And no Activision, it doesn't mean people want another Call of Duty. Rather, the opposite. They just want other franchises to come back. Call of Duty just needs to be put on hiatus. And it should be made crystal clear, considering that every other Call of Duty game released after Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 1, their sales have been dropping. Hell, people just kind of like... Even some folks in Japan have stopped playing Call of Duty. They even said it... No, they streamed Black Ops 7 at least once or twice. And then that's it. You know where they go off? Counter-Strike 2. Valorant. And that's it. I think I also heard that, you know, Activision or somebody at Treyarch realized, yeah, they knew since before launch they knew they effed up, or that Black Ops 7 was not going to do well, but they had to do it. They had to put it out anyways because they've already spent millions. You can't just cancel the game, otherwise, well, yeah, you get nothing back. It will just be considered like a waste of money. And I guess in their case, it's like, you know, you might as well release it. No jumping, taking hits. Okay. You might as well release it and just get some money back. Yeah, some. No. Back in the day, you used to make more than some. Oh wait, this is the wrong way. You actually made a profit back then. Not anymore, Activision. Right now, the only one who's making a profit is actually Chinese developers. You have Hoyoverse, Kuro Games, and I don't know how to pronounce the developers for this game. Hypergriff. Yeah. Delivery made. Alright, next delivery. Oh, here. I saw the season finale for Fallout TV Season 2. Oh, how I love the strip. I love New Vegas. Still unsure which ending was considered canon, but what is, at least based on the show, what is canon is that, according to some theorists, the carrier, your character in New Vegas, did give the platinum chip to Mr. House, but then decided to consult to Yes Man all of a sudden, basically backstabbing Mr. House. But Yes Man was nowhere to be seen. I guess Mr. House... Oh, and apparently no, Mr. House's body was dead, but he managed to become an official AI? That's why he's alive, technically, in a way, alive. Wow, 2,000. Okay. Who wants some bombs? Oh, that's not too far. No jumping and don't take hits. Don't use fast travel. Oh yeah, that I saw. There was a teaser where it showed Kafka's and Blade's sword. And yeah, people were having mixed reactions. People were like saying, "No, I don't want this to happen," and others are like, "Yay!" And yeah, it was not even subtle, except for those who never played Honkai Star Rail. Like Honkai fans immediately knew what was coming as soon as they saw those two weapons and those two swords, and then yeah, it happened. I'm honestly not too surprised about that. Fortnite is it's Fortnite. What else could I say? It's like when companies wanted to collaborate with Funko Pops. Although for the record, I heard Funko Pops is going a little under. People have kind of like stopped buying them. Kind of. Kafka and Blade in Fortnite before any other Hoyo games at GTA 6. Absolutely. At this point, everything's gonna come out before GTA 6. No, I bet you that November release date is gonna change. Because apparently even Rockstar is facing some issues behind the scenes. I don't know what they are, but whatever, that's their problem. Should I? Yes, actually. It's only 200. Who wants some batteries? Okay. Pick up. No jumping, no taking damage, just run!
이 녀석들의 상대는 나다.
내가 뒤를 맡을게.
Nah, yeah, I'm pretty sure GTA 6 is gonna be delayed again. And people are gonna still play GTA 5 for the wait. Alright, delivery made. Daily's done. Excuse me. I did all that, and that was like more than an hour. I mean, there was some yapping in between. I think I'm gonna need more sand leaf, yeah. Yeah, because it's not fluctuating. It's continuously going down. All right. How do I do this? It's been a while since I last constructed anything. I think I need... How did this combination go? It's seed. Is it just seed and planting? Oh, sorry. This is facing the wrong way. Wasn't there another? Usually it's like there should be like a seed planted and seed. Because every seed, one seed doubles. I mean, one plant, double the seed. I played Star Rail. Oh, funny thing, I stopped playing Star Rail. The game. I've officially dropped it. Anyways, but that aside, Kafka and Blade are they call their team Stellaron Hunters. They more or less portray themselves as the villains, but they're not. They're kind of like anti-heroes ish, vigilantes. They do help the sometimes they do in a way help the Astral Express, the good guys, the main characters, but they get often treated as like wanted criminals because they do a lot of illegal stuff, such as how one of their members, Silver Wolf, you know, the one who plays video games and hacks, but it's like they're also secretly the good guys who have their own agendas that actually know what's going on, but they just leave the heroes in the dark most of the time. They don't want it's like again, they don't want the heroes dead. They just, you know, work behind the scenes. It's like they know they know everything that's going on. They plan things ahead, but again, they keep the heroes in the dark because it's like one of those. It's kind of like a Doctor Strange moment, like, you know, if we don't tell you, or if we tell you, it may not happen. So they just let it play out. But if things get too hot, then that's when they might drop in. Such as like how Firefly Firefly is a member as well of the Stellaron Hunters, and in a way she did help directly, but that was before she revealed herself as a Stellaron Hunter. But even after her identity was revealed, when she was disguised as Stellaron Hunter Sam, the mech suit that she wears, yeah. So yeah, they're not. You know, saying that out loud, though, saying everything out loud, though, yeah, basically they're anti-heroes, but mostly the good guys. They may look bad. There was even a moment where they did seem like they were bad, but nah, just a bunch of wanted vigilantes, but they're heroes behind the scenes. That's all. What's Kafka's connection to the protagonist? Well, to the fandom, they call her Mommy. But lore-wise, not really a connection. Like, they have no relationship, nothing related about each other. But remember when I mentioned how they are a team called Stellaron Hunters? they basically go out to, like I said, help the Astral Express find the Stellarons. Or I don't know how do I explain this. In fact, no, the main character you play as, like similar to the Traveler. What's their name? The Trailblazer. The Trailblazer. The Trailblazer, um, was actually, I want to say, created like in the intro, in the beginning, the intro of Star Rail. It started off with like with Kafka and Silverwolf breaching into Herta's space station, because Herta has the body of the Trailblazer, your character. And basically what Kafka did is she had a Stellaron and she injected it into the main character. Yeah. Callus and Stell. And I don't know what the real goal is, why they did that, because according to Honkai Star Rail lore, a Stellaron is a freaking nuclear bomb. It could be used for bad things mostly, but it does have some good stuff. So basically, yeah, Stell and Callus, they're a walking time bomb essentially. If should the Stellaron, well, I don't know what makes it tick, but it also makes them special, being able to wield multiple paths instead of just one. But yeah, apparently that's the only connection they have. Kafka is responsible for shoving that Stellaron into an empty shell of a body, and then that's it. Like that's all I remember. I don't know what the end game goal is, why exactly they did that. I don't think they didn't really explain much after that, like what is, like, why that happened. Hell, the Stellaron hunters don't even bother telling the others why. So they're just left in the dark, and so the Astral Express basically sets off on a galactic journey to find the Stellarons and basically, I don't know, I forget, destroy it or something, prevent it from being fall into the hands of some evil doers. In fact, people, the next planet you go to, Belobog, or no, what's the name? I forgot the name of the planet, but yeah, in Belobog City. Yeah, you first bear witness what the Stellaron was capable of doing. It created a eternal snow, which is why the planet you go to next is always covered in snow. And I don't know what happened after that. It's all such a blur. But as for Blade was once like a fine warrior in the other planet, the planet after Belobog. In fact, he has a connection with one of the members from the Astral Express, Don Hang. Don Hang and Blade were like comrades in arms, along with the current general, I forgot his name, and Jing Liu, the ice lady with the blindfold. They had a history together, but they all kind of went their separate ways. Jing Liu was infected with some kind of evil curse infection, but she still remains human. But she's kind of like banished herself. But at the same time, she's also a wanted criminal. I don't know. Dong Hang wanted to leave his past behind, so that's why he ditched his deity position and become just a normal human being as Don Hang. But it didn't take long. In the same season 1, his past still came to haunt him, and he still went back to being a deity, or just for a moment, and then he still stayed with the Astral Express. Blade, on the other hand, is a man who just wants to die. I can only imagine it's because he's probably seen things, he's been through a lot, he knows too much pain, but he wants to die. But no matter what, he cannot, because it's all according to the script, whatever that means. Apparently, the Celeron Hunters. This is what I mean by how the Celeron Hunters work behind the scenes and know everything, because they have something called the script. They go what the script says. In fact, one of the scripts says Firefly has to die 3 times. But how can she do that in real life? You only die once. Well, it turns out there's a place where you can die 3 times. A dream world. Penacony. So she did. She died 3 times. Blade wishes he had that script, but nope, the script says he must stay alive. So until then, he's just helping out the Celeron Hunters with their job, and that's it. Oh, and also he has like this obsession with Don Hang, like how they not only because they were comrades in arms, but Blade always has like some kind of affection with fighting with Don Hang. I guess you can call it like a rivalry, but it's like, I don't know. Put it this way: it's a boy love relationship between those two. Don Hang is not a fan of it, but Blade loves it. And yeah, he always goes on. I think if I remember, he kind of like goes on and on saying, "I hope you kill me, Don Hang." But Don Hang does not want to kill him, so Blade is often like disappointed. It's like, come on, man, come on, bro, just kill me, man, just kill me. But anyways, yeah, that's as far as I remember. All I remember. So yeah, Blade, just a man who wants to die. Kafka is mommy figure, and the one who practically leads the Stellaron Hunters. But I bet Blade, pretty much everybody knows his backstory, but what people don't know is, yeah, people just don't know exactly what Kafka's agenda is. What is it with her, and why? Why have an obsession with, or not obsession? Why help? Or what does she know that others don't? What other plans does she have? What does the script say? Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Let's see, I just want to see. Is it supposed to be like this? I swear there was supposed to be another facility next to this. Yeah, one plant creates 2 seeds, and then seeds into that. I just want to see this in real time. Because apparently this is an exploit that even the devs revealed it to everybody. You just need to do this formation to create a loophole. Even the game tutorial tells you this, actually. So that way you can have an endless supply of these of all the plants. You don't need to like go out and harvest them. It's only 12. I feel like it's 2. Okay, so it has officially exceeded the number. I think it needs that depot. Yeah. So at least some can go to the storage. Let's see if 3 will be enough. Oh shoot, wait, but then I need... put the stuff in there. Oh, wait. No, stop. Let it... oh, sorry. Let it go in full mode. Fill up, and then put in storage. The factory must grow. That is the meme. That is the saying. What the saying goes here in Arknight Enfield. Whoops. If this is not enough, then I'm gonna have to make more. Until, at least without exceeding over the power. Despite how pricey it is, but I am enjoying... no, I'm loving Nioh 3. And I've only finished just one major area. The fact that it's an open world game, that's probably why it took me several hours just to get it all done. But there is a bit of a backtracking as soon as you unlock new abilities or upgrade abilities. Oh, but yeah, Nioh 3 is great. Got some new gear, but I cannot even make it without the materials. Oh, speaking of which.
어때? 맛있어. 어느 쪽으로 갈까요? 혹시 이번 작전 과정이 외부인한테 알려지진 않겠죠?
I just have to be an even Steven, don't I? 58. And I still have like a couple more. And I've already used most of my sanity refills. I only have one. Oh, but I forgot to... I was supposed to upgrade a weapon. Whoops! I don't suppose I can just get it from the shop. not really. Or I could. How many do I need? 18. I only have 5. Yeah. No, probably not worth it. Okay. That should do it. Should I pull 10? Yeah, sure. I mean, I pulled 10, and then when the next banner goes live, I get that 10 back. Because of the dossier that they give you. What is it? 10? Yeah. Oh, 6-star. Who is it? I already got the character in the banner, but let's see. Most likely it might be a dupe. I'm fine with dupes. I think I pretty at this point I have every waifu except for the next phase. Yeah, this game has 3 phases for their banners. 3. Not sure if it's going to be an ongoing thing, but we'll see. Oh, dupe. Nice. And then I get a dossier so that when the next banner goes live, I think. Wait, hang on. Yeah, once the next charter headhunting banner begins, automatically confers to a 10. Okay. Yeah. Isn't that nice? But of course they don't give it to you like that. You have to do like 30 polls in order to get that dossier. But put it this way. It's 30, but then in a way you get 10 back if you decide to save it for the use that when you decide to no, it's not decide. It just as soon as the next banner goes live, it just automatically does it. Are you going up or down? Or is it fluctuating? If it's fluctuating, then that's fine. But if not, then I need more. I would prefer if it went up than down. Okay, it's going up. Okay, yeah, okay, now. I just want to make sure, because it's like going down and then a little bit of up. Or if it's just fluctuating. If it's fluctuating, I don't mind. But I still prefer if it went up. Because if it goes down, well, the last time it did that to me, everything stopped. My production line, nothing was being made frequently. So I had to like no, not rearrange. I had to like start all over again. And I was like not a fan of that. All right. Is that all I need to do? Actually, wait. There is one other thing I haven't done in a while. Time to trade in some goods. Let's give some batteries. Then Actually, how about this one too? And then actually, I just remembered. No, that's at 4. Actually, no. I still need to check. What do you have on sale, Lucky Carrot? Wow, 50K for that. Huh. I'll take it anyways. I mean, I'm not using the Valley bills for anything else. Oh, looks like you're also offering EXP. At least they're not over the limit. But holy shit, 200,000. Just curious. 2 million, holy shit. But it's like 1 for 5. 5 times 15. What is that? My math is terrible. 525. No, that's not right. That can't be right. No, never mind. I'll just use a calculator. I mean, then again, I could just grind for these for just sanity points and just save the Valley bills. Yeah, you know what? No, I'll just do that. Can you also believe that this game was initially... The devs actually, when they started making Arknight's Enfield, they used Unity. And I know Unity is an underrated, not so powerful engine, but no. They actually use Unity as a basis for the basis of the engine, and then they basically tuned it to like their own kind of engine. Or I forgot how the story goes exactly, but basically, yeah, Unity was the initial engine they used to make this game, and then they adapted. So much so that it puts Unreal Engine to shame. And you know how a lot of people like to talk trash about Unreal, how that engine barely could optimize for a lot of games unless you know the tech. Where am I going again? Oh yeah. Just want to check out the Lucky Carrot. Actually, I want to upgrade. Types of goods can be traded. This is why I wanted to save the Valley bills. So what do you have? You have another... I'll take it. Anything else? Some weapons. I'll take it. I already have that weapon, but where is it? Oh, but it's not at full potential. Okay. It's gonna cost a lot, but hey, that's fine. bike. 16 million. Damn. No, it's not something you ride. I think it's like a gift, isn't it? No, it's a display item. Display. You can. Hang on a second. What was that? There was a drill thing next to the bike. Eggman, somebody took your invention. Unlock the potential increase. And then I think there's another up here. Was there another at the plateau? No, I don't think so. But yeah, I've given up on Star Rail. The past few months have always been the same rinse and repeat. But there is one thing I want to do. So I'm gonna reinstall the game, grab all the free stuff, because believe it or not, to this day, I never got Kafka. Ever. Because even for the reruns, she never came back. She never came home. The gacha was mostly put on the newer characters. So, yeah, now they're the Honkai Star Rail new update. They're gonna give you players the choice to make to choose one of the 5-star characters. And then, yeah, Kafka was on that list, and I was like, okay, I'll get that. I'll gotcha a little bit, and then uninstall. Because, yeah, the past couple of months have been the same thing over and over. And the story, I didn't even proceed. I didn't even get up to the latest latest part of the story. So I'm not even ready for the next new planet. And honestly, I think what threw me off, that made me no longer interested in Star Rail, was just the gameplay. Oh, okay, it's already at limit. So like, holy shit. Oh wait, no, that's not, someone took it. Okay, no weapons. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, Star Rail, like, don't get me wrong, I don't mind turn-based RPGs. I've played plenty of them. But at this point, with it's the gameplay, it's the combat that doesn't feel engaging anymore. Like, if I don't want to sugarcoat it, so like with most turn-based RPGs, you just press one button, two button, select a command, and then watch character do their action, and then that's it. But just like with any other game, yes, characters do have alts. So, and you don't have to wait for the character's turn to activate the alt. You can do it at any point. You can even like cut off the enemy's turn. That's like, I guess, the only moment where you actually do something, like intercept. But other than that, there was the turn-based started to get dull on me. So much so, I actually fell asleep. And then to the point where I was like, you know what, just switch it to auto battle. And I'm not a fan of auto battles unless it's something that, you know, something worth grinding for, where I don't want to do things with my own hands. But that also still made me feel like I'm not having any fun with that idea of using auto battlers. what I'm not going to sugarcoat is what I want Honkai to. I want Honkai somehow to change that. I want its turn-based RPG to be very engaging. I want more hands-on, more buttons to press, more command options. Because as of now, for the longest time, and it's not changing in their next season, you only have 2 commands, or I guess 3. You have your normal attack, your skill attacks, or skill, whatever. It's not just skill attacks, and your ult. And you would think for a turn-based RPG, there should be more. There should be like defense mode position, or use healing items. But Honkai does not have any of that. It baffles me. Like, the game allows you to craft healing items, purchase healing items, but you can only use said healing items outside of combat. What RPG does that? Pokemon lets you use items at the cost of losing a turn, using up a turn. Persona lets you use healing items. Final Fantasy, whether it be the real time, like Final Fantasy the 7 remake, or the classic turn-based, you could use healing items in combat and even outside. Honkai doesn't let you do that. You have to have a healer on your team. But I'll get to that part with the characters. So what I wish Honkai could have had from the beginning, because I know this is far too late for them to change this, because it would be a game changer entirely. I wish that it could have been like Mario RPG, or if we're talking like recent turn-based RPG games, Expedition 33. Press buttons to do extra damage, to do something, to get you engaged, not doze off and select auto battle. Because at least with those kind of games, you actually are pressing things to make things happen, to deliver critical damage, or a string of command, a follow-up attack. I would argue Partners in Time, Mario and Luigi Partners in Time was more engaging because you had to press more than 2 buttons, remember? Like, if any of you play Partners in Time, it was 4. So other than pressing A to initiate like a stronger jump attack, Partners in Time, you had to, with the babies, you had to press X first and then A, or Y and B for the double jump damage. That one, I would tell you, I would guarantee you, you would have every reason to not doze off. You had to pay attention, press buttons to make things happen for those extra damage. Honkai Star Rail could have had that. But yeah, we have to remember, the game came out way before Expedition 33, but Mario RPG existed. And I'm sure like other RPG game, turn-based RPGs had you pressing buttons to make things happen, like follow-ups, extra damage, whatnot. That's one thing I wish Star Rail could have, but I think it's already too late. They've already cemented how the gameplay plays out. And what doesn't help is when somebody, or some folks have pointed out on the internet, most characters, at least the ones that attack, their ults are all the same. It's all just AoE. Which means like whenever you initiate an ult, it's always going to hit every enemy on screen. Sometimes only 3 out of 5 enemies, but every now and then it's just a big AoE damage, which I get. It's an ult. It only, however, only one class doesn't apply to that, or 2. Like Harmony characters are just buff characters. Sometimes certain characters can attack one with their ult, or they'll just provide buffs to their own team. The other class is Hunt characters. Hunt characters can only use their ult on one target. But other than that, yeah, it feels like The only thing unique about those alts is just seeing the characters do some flashy attacks. But other than that, yeah, it's like nothing that makes them that stands out as unique. And then comes another gameplay mechanic that it's also a cemented thing. Character elements. And bringing certain characters onto the field because enemies have elemental weaknesses. And I've experimented on this. I took a couple of characters and basically didn't brought out characters that didn't have like elemental advantage over the enemies. And when I did that, it sucked because enemies, some of them were like taking barely any damage. Some of them even took chip damage. But then in comparison to bringing a character that is strong, that has the elemental's weakness against the enemy, that's when you're doing damage. And again, it's part of the mechanic because when you say use a fire character against an enemy that's weak to fire, there's like a gauge above their HP, their break gauge. When it breaks, the enemy is in a stun state. Their turn gets pushed back, and then they also suffer whatever element they're weak to, fire, quantum, ice, whatever. And each of those elements do have like specific traits that affects them. Like ice weakness, they lose a turn as soon as they get unfrozen. Fire, they just take fire damage as soon as it's their turn. Imaginary, they just get locked into place and then that's it. And so much more. I'm not going to get into those details, but yeah, it's like they enforce players to bring in specific characters of that specific element to the battle, to the boss fight. Otherwise, you're not going to win for sure. You could try to brute force it, but you will struggle. And because the game does not have a heal item or use of healing item command, like in every RPG does, yeah, sorry, make sure you have a healer, otherwise you're guaranteed wiped out. And that throws me off so bad. It's like, I want to use this character, I want to use that, but I can't because this boss or elite enemy in particular is weak to this specific element, so I'm forced to use someone else. Now, yes, the same does apply to Genshin, but at least with Genshin, I could take some certain bosses for sure, but generally when you're fighting like mob enemies, certain mob enemies, yeah, you could take almost any character. But of course, when it comes to slimes, or any enemies that have like specific elemental resistance, like, you don't fight fire with fire, obviously. But it feels fine and feels like Genshin had more freedom that lets you choose characters at your own free will. Unless there's a boss that specifically needs that elemental weakness. Like the fight with Scaramouche, I mentioned how you need to have a Dendro. Otherwise, you get one-shotted by his one instant kill attack. There are moments like that for sure. But for other bosses, sometimes you can actually brute force it and still win. But at least in that game, yeah, I know it's not a turn-based game, but you can dodge and yeah, you have invincible frames when you dodge. Honkai could have had something like that with a defense button or maybe a time block. Yeah, or a time dodge, like like Mario RPG. Mario and Luigi can dodge almost all attacks. They can counter attacks as well. And then Expedition 33, same thing. Dodge attacks by jumping or parry. Honkai characters apparently can't parry. They have to take the hit And certain characters can actually counterattack after they take a hit as like a counter slash follow up. But yeah, that aside, I felt like Honkai just restricts you on what characters and element you need and don't need for this specific fight. And it gets worse. Just like with Genshin and ZZZ, there are like post game stuff you can do to earn more Stellar Jades. So like in Genshin, you get like the Spiral Abyss and the Imaginarium Theater. Honkai has, I don't know, 4 game modes you can play to earn extra goodies, but they go through like, each of them go through like a monthly cycle, of course, not all at once, or some other ones go through a weekly process, a weekly reset. But those ones, they expect you again to bring in specific characters with specific elements to the fight, and you also get showered with all these paragraphs of buffs that you earn, but you have to use specific characters or bring in a specific element to trigger the buff to happen. And oh my god, there is a lot I want to say about how Honkai devs love to shower. Like, I feel like every time there's like a new game mode, they throw in so many buffs, but it's like they give you like a paragraph to tell you what does this buff do, but it's unnecessary because it's the same buff as the last update's buff. Like if I'm getting an attack buff for doing this, how is that different from the other one? I'm not seeing any difference. It's like they're throwing in so much content, so many elemental buffs and whatnot in these post-game stuff, and I'm like, but they're all the same. Why? But they just have different wordings, different names. Why? Why do I need to read a 50 paragraph a total of 50 paragraphs for what I need to know about what this buff and this debuff does or not? I mean, it was already bad enough that Honkai's story, their dialogue lasts like freaking 30, 45 minutes before you actually control the character. You could argue Genshin does the same, but I feel like with Honkai, I'm in a snooze fest. I'm not interested in your story. I've already complained about the story. I'm not going through that shit again. And then, I don't know, as much as Honkai, the devs threw in like a bunch of free goodie stuff, like I mentioned that they're going to throw in like a free character selector. But nah. Even with a bunch of free goodies and such, that's not enough for me to stick around to play the game anymore. If they like I said, if they somehow change the gameplay, make it more hands-on and engaging, maybe I would come back. But nowadays, I feel like I prefer to be in control of a character. So that's why I'm still sticking to Genshin. It's why, think about it, Genshin is the game that inspired a lot of other competitors to make their own games. You have Wuthering Waves, Tower Fantasy, as much as how much I shite on that game, but at least there was a competition. And now look, Hypergriff made this. I mean, it's no Genshin clone. I mean, a little bit, but it's a genre that's growing. And I think that was Honkai's biggest mistake. They wanted to be different. And I'm not saying turn-based RPGs are like dull and boring. Again, it depends on the game itself. But Honkai's case, in this case with Honkai, they threw in so much stuff. I failed to be impressed at this point. And I feel, and yeah, they restricted on so many things. I feel like the elemental weakness thing was a mistake as part of that gameplay combat mechanic. Like I said, I want to be in control of my characters. It's why games like Genshin and ZZZ, and now this game, really, it makes me feel invested and more engaged. I'm more in control. I can dodge, I can sprint, I can attack, and do whatever I like. For a turn-based RPG, and yeah, this will sound biased and again like an opinion, and it is. I wish Honkai just like it would just have like straight up element gameplay gameplay mechanics like Mario RPG and Expedition. But yeah, far too late for that to happen. They would have to reinvent the entire thing. But not like they're gonna do that. But I guess now that I think about it, I guess this is why I don't play not that many turn-based RPGs nowadays. Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu was the last turn-based game that I did enjoy. Maybe because it was Pokemon. I don't know. Or maybe that time I hadn't played a turn-based RPG in a long time and it felt refreshing. Honkai, yeah, not refreshing. I mean, to be fair, I was playing that game every day. So I guess eventually it would start to get dull. At least just for me. Anyways, so yeah. I mean, I had everything in my mind to explain why I gave up on Honkai, but just when I put myself in that position to explain, my reasoning just kind of like threw out, and I'm just like saying as I go, while trying to remember bits and pieces of why I didn't like the game, why I don't like it anymore. But unless Honkai devs could change the gameplay, yeah, I'm not coming back to that game. Well, okay. I mean, aside of what I said earlier, I'm gonna reinstall, get the freebie, play a little gacha because I still have some gachas, Stellar Jades, and then after that, yeah. Oh yeah. Another argument I would complain about the characters is that apparently the newest world, newest planet, there are new characters. But hey, looks like Blade and Silverwolf are gonna get a new variation. And they're not the first. There was another character that actually has like 2 variations. A 4-star and a 5-star. But in this case, Silverwolf will just be, I don't know, regular Silverwolf, and then a new version of herself. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I prefer if characters just, stay as one variation. And if you want to include, like, if they wanted to, they could have just made made a new variation as a separate entity. But that's just me. That's my opinion.
전원, 명령을 확인하라. 죄송합니다. 잠깐 착각했습니다. 신경 쓰지 마십시오.
Is there a quest I need to do? No. What the heck? I guess I can do those. Anyways, yeah, that's yet another stupid rant of mine. I imagine I'm sure some would say it's unreasonable, but believe it or not, hey, I have played Honkai every day as much as Genshin came first, but almost on the same level. But yeah, I'm just not no longer interested. The game just to me has given up on me. So I decided to give up on it. Oh. Not sure what that means, but I'm more of a hands-on person, so. Oh, okay, I see. I'm not much of a strong reader. Still can't believe this game used to be a Unity engine game. And I've seen what Unity was more or less capable of, but I didn't think they would use the basis and then later create this. Excuse me. Where's the last one? Ooh, chest. Oh, it's in the water? Oh, well, good thing I already drained the water way before. Alright, yeah. Activate. Did it just turn into a scroll or something? Huh.
가자. 우리 차례야.
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
됐어. 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야.
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
여기까지야. 여기서 날 끌어내. 정말 기쁘게 생각해요.
당연한 결과입니다.
이런 건 어때? 나한테 맡겨. 많았어. 이번엔 쉽네.
인원 결손.
What the heck is going on over there?
훌륭한 전투였습니다.
이런 건 어때? 이런 건 어때? 올려 준비됐어. 연속 공격.
It's kind of interesting. Hypergriff apparently are a fan of thingamajig, Death Stranding. This game has the exact element that Death Stranding has. Players can leave out messages, or I guess not Death Stranding, not just Death Stranding like Dark Souls, but they can even leave out turrets for other players around the world. Yes, I did see like some folks in Ark Knights, they would put up a message right off a cliff and say jump, there's a secret. Exactly like that the beginning part of what was it? The Elden Ring. Before you fight your first boss that you're scripted to die to.
우리가 꺼내줄게. 당신들은 누구시죠? 근데 우리가 왜 열려 있는 거지?
Oh, that was you. That was yours.
여기 있던 큰귀 토끼를 못 보셨나요?
I also noticed. I just realized that Ark Knights, as far as everybody here,
배가 부르면
they all have like those distinctive like animal ears and tail.
스캔을 사용하면
And there's like literally not a single person that is like a normal straight up human. Everyone except for you and the administrator. Although if you choose the female admin, they all call her a penguin because she dresses up like one. Whereas the male admin is just called the Giga Chad, the harem. The one who aura farms. So you have two options in this game, and yes, you can actually switch the gender of the administrator if you wish. So if you want to be cool and aura farming, you can play as the male. Or if you just want to be a cute penguin, then there's the female option.
당신을 축복할게요. 여기까지야. 이런 건 어때? 이런 건 어때? 날려버리겠어. 이번엔 쉽네. 여기가 청포체구나. 뭔가 무서운데. 하지만 소울을 위해서라면.
Oh, I can tell this is the place where you can probably build up a factory.
안녕 꼬마야. 이젠 꼼짝도 못하겠.
소울! 내 소울을 돌려줘요.
응? 잠깐만. 무릉에서 온 왜? 없는 게 없는 무릉에서 온 녀석들이 큰 귀. 언제부터 들짐승한테도 주인이 있었지? 그럼 이
소울은 달라요. 지금 이상한 소리 나왔고.
이봐, 이 사람 아무래도 엔드필드의 두목 같은데.
진짜네? 우리 도와줬던 그 사람들이잖아.
맞아요. 아토씨랑 같이 다니.
같은 편이었어? 그럼 얘
얼마를 드리면 되죠? 제가 살게요.
얼마냐고? 우린 그런 거 필요 없어. 그냥 형제들이랑 같이 점심이나 한 끼 먹으려. 근데 이 토끼도 우리가 힘들게 잡은 거거든.
They were gonna eat the rabbit? Blasphemy.
문제를 회피하려는 게 아니에요. 그냥 잠깐 쉬어갈 뿐이죠. 이제 괜찮아요. 다시 재부팅해봐요. 이런 종류의 금초가 싹을 틔울 땐 프릭 비스트가 많이 몰려들어요. 조심하셔야 해요.
Alright. They want a feast? They'll eat this then.
연속 공격. 날 막을 생각 마라. 완벽한 공격.
잘 됐군.
됐어. 날려버리겠어. 식재료를 다 모았어. 이제 대장 씨한테 가서 소호를 돌려달라고 하자. 근데 아토 씨는
Oh, wait, no.
모르는 게 없으신 것 같네요.
We're giving them
생물을
plants?
주제로
Okay.
공부하고 계신 건가요? 예. 그 전공을 선택하긴 했었죠. 근데 저랑은 잘 안 맞더라고요.
Well, you gotta eat
저희
your greens.
어머니가 홍산과학원에서
I know, I do.
생물 천사를 맡고 계시거든요. 아마 지금까지 쓴 논문을 쌓으면 제 키보다도 클 거예요. 전 영원히 어머니를 따라잡을 수 없겠죠.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think Ember here is also. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say she's straight up human, but then she has this halo on the back of her head, so not straight up human.
참 동안 기다렸잖아. 도망간 줄 알았네.
Oh wait. Oh,
한참 동안 기다렸잖아.
여기요. 먹을 거 가져왔어요.
이게 먹을 수 있는 거라고?
뭘 못 먹는다는 거예요? 삼키만. 우와, 요리에 대해 엄청 잘하시네요. 예전에 요리사를 하는 건 어떨지 고민해 본 적은 있었어요. 근데 세상엔 대단한 요리사가 너무 많더라고요.
다른 건 몰라도 웃기는 소리 하는 거엔 재능이 있는. 그럼 우리도 약속을 지켜야지. 네가 키우는 게 큰귀 토끼가 맞긴 해? 저런 녀석을
전순찰대원 인턴도 신청했던 적이 있다고요. 얕보지 마세요. 우와, 그러면 싸움도 엄청나게 잘하시는 거예요? 그냥 조금요. 3차 시험날 늦잠을 자는 바람에 시험에서 떨어지긴 했지만요. 맞다, 소! 더 멀리 도망가기 전에 얼른 찾아야 해요. 관리자, 소우는 저쪽으로 갔어. 우리도 빨리 따라가자.
catch the rabbit! It's rabbit season.
전 문제를 회피하려는 게 아니에요.
I feel like Insomniac's Wolverine might show up in the state of play.
이제 괜찮아요. 어떻게 매번 이렇게 가장 찾기 어려운 곳으로만 도망을 가는지. 또 선배한테 혼나겠다. 이렇게 먼 곳까지 도망치다니. 소우는 무섭지도 않아.
I don't expect any Sony exclusive comebacks. Nah, not happening. As if Sony ever cares about their history of their old IPs.
이번엔 스승님한테 또 얼마나 혼날까?
혼난다고요? 선배는 또 왜?
Who needs Killzone when you finally have Halo on PlayStation? Stupid.
아토? 여긴 웬일이야? 2달 전인가?
While I'm not a fan of the console wars, but you know what? I think it should come back.
뭐 아무튼 아까 밥 먹으러 가고 있었는데 감시 카메라
As you already know, I do not favor like whatever consoles. I just play whatever consoles that I like, which is pretty much all of the above. But you know, in hindsight, I think exclusivity is what drove the gaming industry to push forward, making games great. Because you know, think about it. Oh wait, I know I said this before, but think about it. if you wanted to play Halo, a good FPS game, and the fact that it was exclusive to Xbox, that gave people a reason to get an Xbox. And then, you know, people didn't like Halo, but you only own a PlayStation 2. Hey, there's a shooter for the PS2. It's called Killzone. Or how about the number of Capcom games that were mostly PS2 exclusive?
뭐지?
From Devil May Cry,
토끼한테
Onimusha, Resident
맞아요.
Evil.
아토 씨와
I guess.
동기신가요?
무릉성 전체에 아토랑 수업을 같이 안 들었던 사람은 없을
From
거예요.
Marvel Token will have 20
아토는
characters.
전-
Yeah, I already mentioned that. Because apparently that was a leak accidentally revealed on Steam.
다한 번씩 돌아볼 정도라서
In fact, I
이제
think
장선생이 사비를
eventually the
들어보려는
Steam
게
page
아니냐는
reverted back to its
결정이거든요.
pre-order description. So somebody on the Steam page, somebody from the team
이건 내 길이
that
아니야.
changed that
안 보여?
description on
그래서
Steam,
갈아타버리기 일쑤였어.
they're gonna get it. They're gonna get a
그러다
lecture.
보니 지금까지 졸업이 늦어. 그래도 사람은 정말
Yeah,
좋아서
people were not too
졸업이 되게 잘
thrilled.
맞아요.
People were like saying, "What? 20 for a 4v4? Ew, I'm not buying your game anymore."
엄청 똑똑하고.
Okay, well, okay, that last bit, no, not true. Like, people are just underwhelmed that 20 is not enough for a 4v4 game. My counter argument, I'm sure people can, I'm sure 20 is still a doable number. Think of all the combinations you can probably think of. And remember, it's not exactly a tag team fighting game like Marvel vs. Capcom, because, you know, everybody shares 1 HP. It's like a pseudo tag team fighting game, if I had to call it that.
저희가 꼭 소울을 찾아야겠네요. 아,
And then, you know, you just gotta...
소우가 여길
I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are going to experiment on the game. 20 characters? No problem.
어? 아토 씨, 아까 어딜 그렇게 급하게 달려가신 거예요? 죄송해요. 뒷수습이 좀
I bet you people are going to
필요해서요. 더 이상
experiment, and then before you know it, they'll realize, oh, 20 characters turned out to be not so bad after all. And you also have to remember, there is a possibility of DLC, so that 20 roster could increase by another 10, 20, who knows.
저는 소울을 찾으러 가야 해서요.
Nah, I bet you they're already working on a season pass.
엄청 혼란스러운 상황인 것 같네. 아토 씨를
I think the other reason why people are disappointed with Marvel Tokon is, or like the cause of the disappointment is just people had way too much high expectations. Like, I get it. The game hyped itself being 4v4, and you know, it's a new Marvel fighting game, since, you know, Capcom no longer seems to want that. I mean, for the time being. We did get the MVC collection, that's like a good starter, but yeah, Arc System Work making a Marvel fighting game sounded like a big deal, because especially when you remember that Arc System Work, you know, they're like on a roll. They went back to supporting Dragon Ball Fighters with, like, didn't they have like a new character, and new balance patches. Um, supposedly Grand Blue Fantasy Versus might get a third season because they just announced that those who are playing the game on PS4, those servers are going to close, meaning they're going to continue supporting the current version, which is Versus Rising. And then Guilty Gear, I don't know about Guilty Gear, but I'm sure people are still playing that game. So yeah, again, it makes sense that people would have high expectations. But of course, well, like with any other game that has high expectations, you're going to have disappointments. Or people, well, yeah, disappointments. I'll just say that. And those disappointments drags those people down so much to the point where they just, it's like they feel so let down.
이거 소 아니죠? 아토 씨, 설마 포기하신 거예요?
That can't be Wooly.
아토, 네가 잡아온 게 소우였어? 근데 정말 요리 솜씨가 장난이 아닌데?
That's not Woolsey, is it?
기름지지도 않고
Oh, phew. Also, still though, cruel, man. That's cruel. Well, then again, that is such as life in the circle of life. I mean, hey, animals eat animals. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Have you ever noticed that Lion King? How do you think Mufasa managed to stay alive all those years? By eating the animals that offer themselves as sacrifice to keep their king alive. Anyways, so yeah, high expectations can lead to high disappointments. So I think people should have basically contained their hype, because remember, we didn't get that much information, even for those who played the demo at Evo, or they played the closed betas. Even with hands-on experience, that still wasn't enough to know the rest of the package. Like, what else was Arc System Work, what did they had in store for the full version, right? And now that people know the game's only going to launch with 20 characters, remember, people were expecting 40, 50 characters even. And then you get this number instead. Of course, people are going to be like, oh, what a letdown. Did people not learn anything about the Smash Brothers Grinch leak at all? Do I have to remind people about that? I wish I didn't have to, but here we are in 2026. People seem to have forgotten about the Grinch leak and what the lesson was from that.
아길로스가 판테일 비스트를 공격하고 있어. 빨리 움직이자. 소우까지 잡아먹히기 전에.
So some folks just need to, like I said, contain their hype. Me, I wasn't expecting much, and sure, I'll say honestly, yeah, I would have loved if Marvel Tokon had more than 30 characters to boot. And if 20 is what we're gonna work with on launch, yeah, a little disappointed, but I'm not that disappointed, because what I'm more looking forward to with the game is getting hands-on, and it's another Marvel fighting game by Arc System Work. That alone is what I'm more hyped about. Just the thought of a tag team fighting game made by Arc System Work with Marvel characters. I even said the same thing about with Nioh 3, like when it comes to expectations. Well, even after playing the alpha and the pre-release demo, the things that I've expected, wanted to see, some things were there, some things may not be there, but at this point right now where I'm at in the game, I'm loving it. And yes, guess what? Nioh 3 does have censorship. Only on one thing though. And no, don't worry, the blood, the gore is still there. The only censorship was just with one character. When I said that on DeviantArt, somebody said, "Yeah, I'm not gonna buy the game anymore because of one character." But then that censorship thing, it's inconsistent because yokais are still showing their big boobs and cleavage, and then as for your character, guess what? You can run around butt naked. In fact, my female character, when she switches to ninja, she's wearing one of those 15th century Japanese thongs. You call that censorship? And yes, I made my female character have big boobs and they jiggle a little bit. Censorship much? I don't think so. It's inconsistent. But the point is, if people get upset about one thing, dude, you're gonna miss out the full package. So, just like with Marvel Tokon, sure, 20 characters is short, but dude, you're missing the big picture. You're gonna miss out on a new Marvel fighting game made by Arc System Works. You're just gonna give up on and canceling your pre-order because it only has 20 characters. You're gonna cancel your pre-order on Nioh 3 because one character is wearing spats. Because in the first two games she didn't. Well, that's your loss. That's your choice. My only judgment is you're gonna give up like that. Look, if you wanted to play a Team Ninja game with fan service, you play Dead or Alive, okay? I could do that too. But that's not what I wanted from Nioh 3. I just wanted what the first two games, what I loved about the first two games. And I'm getting that with Nioh 3 and plus more. So with Marvel Tokon, again, like I said many times already at this point, yeah, it's a Marvel fighting game made by Arc System Works. I'm not going to let that 20 short character roster bother me. I want the full pack. I need to see the full package. Even if I had a chance to play hands-on. Oh no, if I had hands-on, if I had a chance to play the closed beta back then, I would have wanted more. I would have wanted, by that I mean I would have wanted to play more of it. But yeah. And yeah, like I said, I get the disappointment, but you can't let that stop. Personally, I'd say you can't let that stop you from not playing the game, or can't stop you from playing the game. Like, come on, guys. This is why I say, always keep your expectations to a bare minimum. As much as you want this or whatever feature you want in your favorite video game, it could happen, but you also have to be prepared for the possibility that it may not happen.
또 어디로 가버리네? 설마 판테리비스트 친구도 소우가 원하는 게 알겠어요.
I mean, this is also the reason why game developers hate us, because we are picky eaters. Well, unless the issue is reasonable, like again Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed Shadows, yeah, no, that game is cardinal sin, 100%. We have every that's the one example where gamers have every right to complain about it. It's not just us though. I mentioned it before. Japanese Prime Minister got pissed off about that game. And they even condemned the game, not allowing it in their country. And how did it get to that point? Oh yeah, you know, Ubisoft being stupid. Simple. Making terrible decisions one after another. Yeah, a bit of a shame, yeah. Grand Blue Fantasy versus PS4 servers closing. But it makes sense because why would you play the vanilla version when no, that's there it is. There's the Elden Ring trick. Water below, jump. I shake my head saying no, you shouldn't. Because guess what? In this game, nobody can swim. Anyways, yeah. Why would you play the original Grand Blue Fantasy Versus when Rising exists? And plus, Rising has like more characters, up-to-date balance patches, an expansion story. So, and then there's that Fall Guys minigame thing. So, yeah, that's probably why Arc System Works wants to close the servers. Why bother keeping the server of an older game when the same game, but you know, the improved one is, you know, the proved one exists. Improved one exists, yeah.
이건 소우랑 판테일비스트의 사진이네요. 바토 씨, 사진도 엄청 잘 찍으시는데요? 아쉽긴 하지만 그래도 앞을 보고 달리는 사람은 뒤를 돌아볼 필요가 없으니까요. 저랑 하루 종일 같이 뛰어다녀 주셔서
Not sure if that would
정말
apply to
감사해요.
like Capcom, right? Oh wait, no, it wouldn't because Street Fighter 5 and 6, you can't say those games are those two are the same. Obviously not.
다음 목표는 실수로 바토 씨의 인생에 네? 무슨 실수요?
That's why Street Fighter 5 and even 4, Ultra 4 is still their online servers are still active.
그럼 전 갈게요. 언젠가
I wonder. Oh yeah, that's one thing I'm curious about. Can you go up there from here? Somebody joked about like how like if Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising has oh shoot, can't cross. It's on the other side. If Rising has like a third season, they'll throw in one guest character from another side game's IP. And I wouldn't be surprised if they actually went with like somebody from Uma Musume. In fact, there's already DLC where you can play as one of the Umas in that Fall Guys multiplayer game. So it's not out of the question, but just imagine if they put in a character from Uma Musume in the main game roster. Would it be out of place? No, not really. I mean, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, aside of Shadowverse, I think the mobile game Grand Blue Fantasy, the horse girls, yes, their leg strength is and speed is equivalent to a horse. So yes, one case of being eligible to being a fighter. Some may not like it, but hey, it ain't your game. It's Side Games. Arc is just developers. If Side Games wants a Uma Musume character in Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising, I welcome it. Plus, did you all forget that 2016 is the year of the horse? Sounds fitting, doesn't it? Year of the horse. a Uma Musume character in a fighting game, yeah, bring it on. That that big boy, how do you say his name? I mean, he's not a pure villain, it turns out. Beelzebub? Yeah. He won't know what's coming. He's gonna see one Uma kick his face hard. Is that supposed to be a bell? I think it is. Oh yeah, hold on. I just realized I never submitted these things.
투의 언어죠.
While I would argue that this is now the third, fourth time I've seen a game where their second world is based off of a Chinese architect or setting. Yeah, no, I don't mind it. In fact, come on, this kind of architecture, atmosphere, biome is to be expected, is what I would say, but hey, I love it. Is it the same? No, it's not the same. So each region... Oh, I didn't know the fast travels have buff. Interesting. Let me... Do I... I need to go back to the previous one. Did I get any new ones? There's 43 in total here. Holy smokes. But where the heck are they then? I do have an item that allows me to scan to find them, but never used it. $31. Oh, jeez. Okay, let me submit them. Now I have that item that helps me regenerate the thingamajig. My sanity. But there's still more to go to find. There's still more stamina that increase. Okay. Natsland is based on Hawaii? Not really. I think Natsland... Actually, that's a good question. I think I asked that question. Let's see what Google says. What is Natsland based on? It says here, Natsland is primarily inspired by a blend of pre-Columbian Latin American, Western African, and Polynesian. What? How do you pronounce this one? I don't know. With heavy emphasis on Aztec, Mayan, indigenous American themes.
다음에는 어디로 가볼까?
And then for non-Cray, I want to... Actually, that's a good question. Hang on. I never asked that one. Non-Cray is based on... Baltic Sea region, incorporating elements from Nordic countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark. Oh, okay. Interesting. Norway, Sweden, cool. I like Norway. Never been to Norway, but I heard it's cool. So yeah, that's pretty much what those regions are based off of. So I guess I'd say Hawaii is not too far-fetched, considering there is a island resort that you go to later. But then, if you want to know where the cryo region is based off of, where the cryo archon resides, 2 words: the motherland. Russia. I mean, if you notice that the Fatus in non-crade, like you'll notice what kind of hat they're wearing, right? That, and I guess the names, I guess. But yeah, apparently that's what the next region is going to be based off of. So that's gonna be quite an interesting thing to tackle, I guess. You know, given the real life circumstances. Yeah, I know, kind of awkward. But at the same time, I mean, where does that put Call of Duty on the map then? Where, we still don't have Modern Warfare 4. And, last I checked, Makarov ain't dead yet in the Modern Warfare reboot. But then again, hey, the original Modern Warfare exists, so, yeah, come on, guys. Like, let's not be political about it, okay? It's a video game. We're talking about a video game that has a bunch of fantasy stuff. Anyways, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Undiscovered. Okay, I think it's this one. Detection scan on the current. Only in the current area? Does it stay on the map? Oh yeah, it does. Well, I guess it should be, yeah, I should also have said this. Yeah, this game has something equivalent to the Oculuses. But at least there's an item that tells you where it is. Oh, trust me, Ratchet, if you were there on day 1 with Genshin, old Genshin, 1.0 Genshin, did not have any of those tools that you have today. Where is it? You would have to find Oculuses on your own. There was not even an official like map navigation, no tools to use to find them. You would have to, oh there it is, it's invisible. You would have to find those Oculuses on your own. Show me another. I'm guessing it's up there. Fresh meat. What the heck? I've been I've been up here and I never seen it right there. Oh well. Show me another. My god, these things are like really close. I mean, some of them are invisible and you can only make them appear when you scan. Ooh, chest. I think I need to buy more of these at the stock market thingamajig from Lucky Carrot. Unfortunately, I've already spent so much of my Valley bills, so I'm gonna have to save up on those tomorrow. Do all the carrier delivering goods and all. Or that, or yeah, I can also distribute stuff. Yeah.
수집해야 하는 겁니까? 알겠습니다. 기억해.
Show me another. Huh. I don't remember going up there at all, but okay. Now it's 2 p.m. Time is moving slow, it seems. Good thing there's no fall damage. Operators here in Arknights have no problem doing that, but they, despite their ability to fight and such, they somehow cannot swim.
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
나한테 맡겨. 나야. 연속 공격. 받아라. 이번엔 쉽네.
저희 모두가 같이 만들어낸 승리입니다.
Alright, where is it? Is it down here or is it up there? It's up there. Hey, at least this is the one open world game that doesn't have a glider. Nah, you get something better. A zip line.
당연한 결과입니다. 저희 모두가 같이 만들어낸 승리입니다.
준비됐어. 나야. 이런 건 어때? 고통을 받을 존재는
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
우리를
3 more. And how many more do I have? 5. Okay, no, that's enough. It's in the hub base. That's like one of their beginning parts. Maybe it wasn't visible during the scripted moment. Where, excuse me, where there would be like a bunch of rubble. Let me guess. The rooftop. Okay. Is there a way for me to get up? As my old man always told me, there's always a way. You just gotta find it. There is some ledges here and there. Oh, okay. I think I see it. But I have to assume it may lead to where I want to go. Ooh, chest. Yep, there it is. Dang it! I was hoping I could jump. Maybe. The second option would be step on the small one first. I've heard a lot of people argue that Nioh the reason why people don't like Nioh is because it's too hard, and that they prefer Dark Souls or Demon Souls, not Demon Souls, Elden Ring. But it, to me, when I hear people say that,
동글동글
are you implying that Nioh is so hard that you consider Dark Souls as easy mode? I mean, don't get me wrong. I've seen a lot of bosses in both in Elden Ring, Dark Souls. They do have hard ones. There are some very hard, tough bosses. Fans would tell you for sure. But really? I mean, I haven't played Dark Souls yet, but I have played Bloodborne. And yeah, same argument I've heard about that. People said that yeah, Bloodborne was hard, but they didn't give up on that. Completely biased fans for sure. But there is one thing that I think a lot of Souls fans would not have any sort of like opinion against Nioh, and that is the combat. Okay, no, it's definitely up there. Just need to find a way to get up there. Oh yeah, no, trust me, yeah, Team Ninja, their games really know how to. They really know how to make big ass customizations on the combat. In fact, I've seen I've seen a combo video on Nioh 3, and holy shit, despite a game where, you know, you have like stamina to worry about, somehow people are still able to pull off like these sick ass moves, and it's like, are we sure that this is a Souls-like game? Maybe these things rotate. But yeah, it's like, really? That's why you don't like Nioh, because it's too hard? And that Dark Souls is not hard, but it's easy? I don't know, to me that sounds like not a skill issue. That sounds like you're calling Dark Souls a baby game. And that can't be right, because Dark Souls is what created that genre. Or started with Demon Souls specifically. So yeah, no man, that can't be right. And plus, Dark Souls existed, or Demon Souls existed, so that Nioh could adapt. And heck, when From Software actually, when they saw Nioh, yeah, guess what game they decided to make to counteract it? Sekiro. Sekiro was the game that pushed From Software to make a harder Dark Souls, a harder Souls game with their brand. How the fudge do I get up there? And so, what made Team Ninja make Nioh 3? Well, pretty much most of Team Ninja's previous Souls-like games, like Wulong, Final Fantasy Origins, Stranger of Paradise, and they even admitted, they said it in their interview, one of the other games that's not from their library that inspired them to make Nioh 3 was Lies of P. And I think it should be obvious what mechanics made them get inspired from that game to make Nioh 3. Yeah, that's right, the parry mechanic. Am I missing something here? There has to be a way up there. it wouldn't be the outer boundaries of the map. And it also looks like you can climb up there somehow. Anyways, yeah. I'll just say it. It's a skill issue. You folks just don't you just can't handle Nioh's difficulty. And as Timmy Dad once said, WIMP! Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. I don't think I could, yeah, no. The console's already been used up. But they're implying that you can climb up there because there's a chest up there. Is there no other way for me to rotate the thing other than using that console? Because I doubt I can even make that jump. And these operators don't know how to climb either. They can't swim and they cannot climb. But there surely should be a way. I'm just not seeing it. And I bet it's so obvious. Maybe if I talk to that guy, maybe he'll say something.
안녕하세요.
Okay, nope, nothing. Maybe I'll just look up a video guide. Where is this? Logistics platform. Oh yeah, I'm sure if I type that in on YouTube or Google, I'll get a straight up answer. I still find it funny that people would still the last time I tried to look up a video guide on something that I was stuck on, try to look for, I had two results. I mean, multiple results, but the first two videos, one was only like a minute short, and then the other was like 8 minutes. Both on the same subject. And yeah, the one with the 1 minute duration, that one went straight to the point, showed me where I had to go, and that's it. Where the other one was like, I guess it was like step by step, and I'm like, wow. You spend 8 minutes on a guide to get to that destination, whereas a video, there's another video that gets straight to the point. What are you doing? It's like, just show me the way. You don't need to go through. You don't need to go through that kind of like level of explanation. Just show me where I need to go, and that's it. Oh no, this is not it. Anyways, no. I need some help. Oh shoot. My keyboard doesn't work. It's not plugged in. I need to use my laptop. Sorry, what's it called again? Logistics platform. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, look at that! It's another it's another 10-minute video. I mean, to be fair, this one has multiple collectibles instead of just one I'm looking for. Excuse me. I just need to know where the thing is or how to get up there. Maybe this one. No. Oh, what? But I was in front of that console. And there was no prompt. Unless I had to like stand still. Oh no, this one. Of course. Not the other one. Okay, and then what? I need to get up where and how and why. Ah. I see. I think. I needed to experiment on what they do. Okay. Now the other way. Let's see. How would I do this though? Because oh, it only goes one way. Doesn't rotate no matter what, right? Yeah, no. Oh, wait, unless. No, that's a little too. No, that's way too far. Unless. No, that's still too far. Way too far. Unless I rotate? No, it only rotates on one in one direction. Oh, no, no, no. Sorry, I meant to move it left, right. Yeah, no, there's no module there. Yeah, no, they both go down. Not that. Not that that would help. Oh, wait. I'm stupid. It was right there. It was on my level. I was too focused on that third platform because I thought I had to go lower and then up when it was right there in front of me. Alright, well, hey, at least I got it. Next! Of course. In a place that's so emptied, but never bothered to check myself.
위협적인 목표 발견. 경계를 유지하십시오.
고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니야. 내가 뒤를 맡을게.
매우 훌륭했습니다.
대단한데? 제기! 날라다! 어머 연속 공격!
인원 결손 없음. 훌륭한
결론은
전투였습니다.
차갑죠. 제기! 나한테 맡겨! 호벌! 언제든지 갈 수 있어. 주의하자! 제 연상 능력을 당신과 함께하게. 좋았어! 완벽한 호흡이야! 강제 재부팅! 엔드필드는 또 한 걸음 앞으로 나아갔어.
인원 결손 없.
Alright, where is that again? Hopefully that's on top and not below.
가자. 우리 차례야.
확인했습니다. 교전 시작.
됐어. 주의. 날 막을 생각 마라. 나한테 맡겨. 이번엔 쉽네. 아주 훌륭했어.
I wonder what kind of tail that is exactly.
내가 한번 상대해 볼게.
Could also be based on a mythical creature. It's not just always based on the ones that exist in real life.
가자. 우리 차례야. 당신을 축복할게요.
날 막을 생각 마라.
주의. 여기까지야. 날려버리겠어. 주의. 됐어. 제기.
당연한 결과입니다.
Okay, it's probably definitely down there, down below. Or no.
익숙한 느낌이야.
Yay! That's all of them. Well, in this area, there's actually probably there's one more down and somewhere here. And what? I only have like 2 more of those things. Of those items. Yeah. Might as well use them all. Oh no, here. I bet. Oh, yep, it's invisible. I can see the aura. Oi!
수집해야 하는 겁니까? 알겠습니다.
Look closely. Good stuff. Cheers. Thanks, but I had no idea where it was exactly when I first came here. There's one more here too. Oh, lovely, and it had to be here in the quarry. Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry. Giant scorpion.
가자.
You probably have some goods I can take off of your rocky, scaly body.
주의. 준비됐어. 막을 생각 마라. 연속 공격. 조심해. 얼른 물러나. 연속 공격.
당연한 결과입니다.
Okay, where do I have to climb up? I bet I do. No, not here. How do I get up there again? Oh. Wait, no, that's not it. Apparently, there are some characters actually run faster than others. But of course, one does not know that unless you do like one of those comparisons. Apparently, and yeah, even that is also featured in Genshin, apparently. I mean, aside of the obvious ones like Verissa, she obviously has a unique sprint that outruns everybody. That is hard to see. But yeah, it goes something like how medium height tall characters, adult sized characters run faster. Short characters obviously don't run medium or medium, but I think if I'm not mistaken, the tall male characters are the ones that actually sprint faster. Oh no, there's a path or there's a hole, but I see no way of getting in. But yeah, as soon as Verissa was introduced, she became the fastest. The fastest young lady alive. Yeah, there's no way I can actually run up like that. Unless they're hiding something. Unless... No. There's something on the side? Oh, wait. It's just... okay, I see, but I want to grab this first. There we go. And then... I'm sure the other areas... There's 2 left here. Six. Wow. Yeah, there's still a couple more left. I can get those another time. Or when I have enough of those sonars. I'm not gonna look up YouTube videos. No, at this point, because those are the last remaining few ones. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch an hour video going through the timeline to find out which ones I'm missing, because I swear, places like the quarry, some corners may look identical, and then it makes me wonder: have I already been here? Is this the same one as the previous area, or are they just all or are all the corners just lookalikes? Either way, though, yeah, nah, I'm good. How's my factory running? It's going up. It's just taking a while because now the limit is 80,000, and I think that's not even the maximum capacity. Let's see. Anything else? Excuse me. I guess I should deposit the stuff, that collectibles, before I forget, because somehow, despite being the most important collectible, I somehow easily forget that it's part of the game. Dang, I'm missing like one before I can level up. Maybe if I could find one more here somehow. Could I possibly find one without the item and without a YouTube guide? Apparently, Konami is now hiring, doing some hiring folks to work on Metal Gear.
고통을 받을 존재는 연속 공격.
I think they're hinting at something. I think they want new, fresh devs to work on a new Metal Gear title.
위협적인 목표 발견. 경계를 유지하십시오.
And I don't think it's a pachinko slot machine for sure. They wouldn't go that far to put up a job listing for something as lame as that. Could also be invisible, so it could be anywhere. Oh, hello, there's a chest there. Wait. Is there? Oh, there's a way. There's always a way. I think I have enough of those blue
제 원성은
gem
끝나지
thingamajigs.
않았습니다.
오늘날의
Yeah, a couple.
실력을 알겠지?
by one. It's always by one. I was busy trying to get grind for the materials to level up that page, but then I noticed that I had to ascend just to level up the characters to 60.
제 기도가 하늘에 닿았군요. 진리가 우리를 부탁하게 했는데요. 모두 고생 많았어. 여기까지야. 완벽한 코스야. 언제든지 갈 수 있어. 연속 공격. 날 막을 생각 마라. 고통을 받을 존재는 우리가 아니에요. 당신의 축복할게요. 언제든지 갈 수 있어.
Where would it be? Could also be invisible, but no. There is a quote that I've heard when it comes to like designing your characters in a video game, and how you know the devs cooked really well, and how you know you made a good character design. So the saying goes, if you design a character that gets people to cosplay as them, then yes, you made a good character. But if there is a character where people do not want to cosplay as, you have a bad character design. And think about it, that's pretty much true. Have you seen like cosplayers at places like Comic-Con, anime conventions and such? Because I can tell you from first-hand experience, yes. Holy shit, that's scary ditch. Yeah, I've seen a lot of cosplayers cosplaying as characters that are popular, good-looking, sexy, Giga Chad levels. So it shouldn't be rocket science to these AAA companies nowadays to understand what makes a good character design. And yet you have something like High Guard and Concord. When you really think about it, those characters, who would want to cosplay as them? Like, really, who? Who were the characters in Concord designed for? Because believe me, people would rather cosplay as a First Order stormtrooper, and people don't even like the Star Wars sequels. But I'm being serious. People would definitely cosplay as a First Order for stormtrooper. Why? Because it's a dude in a in a suit, wearing a helmet. And I have a fetish for characters who wear helmets that hide their faces. It's just a shame that Flynn showed his face. And then, who was that lady in the silver armor? She had to show her face, so her character's ruined. Boba Fett, some people let it slide, and you know what? I would let it slide, but, you know, honestly, I think Boba Fett should have kept his helmet on. Heck, people argued about Chief showing a bit of his face. But unless you read the comics, then you already know what his face looks like. But that's the comics design. But I'd still think that showing it, even the bit of his face and skin and eyes was already bad enough. Always follow the rules, folks. If your character is wearing a helmet, you never show their damn faces. Doesn't matter, even if it's a live-action movie or show. Never show their damn face. You can still give credit to the actor who's playing as them, but never show their damn face because that's part of their character. That's like if Resident Evil decides to show who Hunk looks like. You ruin the character completely. You make a Ada Wong origin story, you're gonna ruin her character easily. So, yeah. Never show their faces. Where is that damn thingamajig?
우리 얼른 가보자.
What treasure? I'm sorry, you were able to detect that.
텔로스 2의 언어.
My characters could actually do that. Well, then again, I guess I don't pay attention much to the dialogue. Unless I'm sidetracked. Thanks, Chen. You the best. Well, that kind of reminds me of when Donald will never shut up and tell you about, like, hey, there's a special spot for some ingredients. Or whatever, however he says it in Kingdom Hearts 3. Donald never shuts up about that. Huzzah! And then the last 12. How many of the sanity thingamajigs do I have now? 6. And then 1 that expires later. But I'm gonna use them all. Didn't I have an item? Wait, what? I'm still wondering, what the heck do you even do with these tokens once their character reaches their full potential? But is that all it does? I mean, then why even stockpile them? Weird. Raises the potential of any weapon provided by the protocol pass. Alright. I'm gonna switch games. But before I do that, I'm actually hungry. I'm gonna mix myself with tuna. So I'll be AFK for a while. So BRB. Alright, I'm back. I had 2 tunas. Only thing missing was some pickles of some sort. What time is it now? 3? Okay. So probably only give an hour. Okay, so what was I? Oh, yes, I need to go check that out. I unlocked a new ability to do wall kicking. Excuse me. Fortunately, it's just automatic. You don't need to press any buttons to do it. How do I go down from here? It took a while, but yeah, now I have the ability to carry 2 weapons for each style. So that's technically 4 weapons. Honestly, I was expecting that the rest of the game would just be like 1 weapon per style. For just the 2 separate styles. Good thing that's not the case. It's a Team Ninja game. They will give you more options than 1. Excuse me. Last time I went into an area I couldn't reach, I was fighting a boss that was completely overpowering me, but I plowed through. But I managed to plow through. Survived. Alright, is there another place? Did that? Oh, here. And there's a Crucible Wraith. I was wondering when I would get to that point, because it took so many hours. And it was driving me insane. I was like, when do I get to this one place? At that one place I'm trying to reach. It's telling me I need a guardian spirit just to get up there. Well, about time. Oh. Do I have a thunder stop? I don't think I do. Well, one boss after another. Finished one boss, but I'm not sure about this one. Might as well give it a shot. Actually, before I do have some level ups. What does Fortitude gives 40 40 life? Nah, I'm good. Need to level up the magic so I can use add another slot. Which is unfortunate, that means that's the only stats that's going to be leveled up for now. Might as well see what... Good start. Oh, it's a variation of the wolf yokai. Interesting. Wasn't a boss, but Jesus. Any others? There's something happening in the Eternal Rift. No, I guess that's everything except for one area that I can't reach. Hang on. No.
あなた、平の都には伝説の名よかったら探し出しそのミフリは見れば火事の技術に
Famed blades hidden. Okay. Then I guess I shall continue where I left off. We're going further back in time. But apparently at some point you go further in the future. And since time travel seems to be the theme of this game, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they include a Hayabusa fight in this one, just like in the first two games. It's not Nioh without the Hayabusa armor, weapon and armor set.
静香がすでに払った。そういえば竹千代はまだ顔を合わせていなかったな。残る結界をたどって真相に迫ればいずれ静香にも会える。
Yeah, let's go the other way first. Excuse me. Still can't get used to their movements.
何故あやかしがこんなにこの辺りはのどかな里だったはず
I missed one. All right. Oh, a crucible. Lovely. The Chief Gaki. Had one durable crystal on his ankle. It didn't break. Where am I now? Kamal River. Uh-oh, I see spiders and spider eggs. Oh, but I need to find... How do I get over there? Lovely. Oh, well, okay, I see. Sometimes crouching small corridors. I forget that's even a thing here. Supreme Burst. Oh, Sudama. What do you have? Well, everything I could ever ask for. Well, nothing's stopping me from going the other way, so I shall continue. How long you remain airborne? Huh. Interesting buff. You're telling me, ghostly spirit. Oh, how I miss these spiders. Not. Yeah. Death by spider. I bet it's the small ones. Forgetting I don't have, ninja doesn't have stances. They only have one. Not sure what to do with those. Uh-oh. Oh. So that's how you get rid of him. Still, I'm curious what happens when you step on it. But it kind of looks more like a summoning portal. Oh Jesus. Yeah, it is. Well, there's my answer. Are they just gonna keep coming? Otherwise I have to really find the source. There's a yokai. There's nothing up here other than jumping to the other end. Still doing that trick where you walk into a doorway and then suddenly something pops up in the corner. Oh, hell. Oh, come on, I dodged that. Eat my shurikens. Bankei's hidden scroll. Oh shit. Oh, there's the source. Gamers don't look up, they say. Ooh, a shrine. Oh, hang on. There's a the yokai ferret. I forgot what they're called. They are very long boys. Exploration rewards, thank you. Fire foot drill. Enemy base, what? Or... Oh. Uh-oh. Is this the same, or...? Well, I can't pray to the shrine, that's a problem. Because the enemies are here. Spider! Why is it jumping constantly? Hey, I dodged that. Why is it constantly just jumping? It only does that when it's like this, when it's trying to get up on something. Whoa, these webs are not in textured properly. Do I need a PS4, PS5 Pro to enhance that? Uh-oh. Grandma with the jar of sand. Oh dear. Another yokai I should be worried about. Uh-oh. Bandage, wrapped up cloth lady. She slows your movement, or your running speed, but not your entire movement. No, that's reserved for sloth. Uh-oh. Could have ambushed from above. Uh-oh, can I shoot from there? No, because this is not, it's not like those kind of games where you can shoot through a hole. Not that realistic, no. No, it ain't Hitman that will let you do that. But from here, oh shit. There we go. But I need to cash in on my Emrita. What is this? Increases melee damage dealt to enemies afflicted with a status ailment. I only have 6 summoner candles. Then I better try not to use them much, but I haven't used one since. There's a Kodama nearby. Oh, this one gives me luck. I'm looking for sets that gives me good increase of luck and equipment drops, maybe soul core drops as well. Only 2. But it does give me more damage. But so far, I hadn't had an issue. Not yet, at least. Actually, no. Leave it. I should have done a offering. Kodama, return home. Alright, I see. Hang on. Wasn't there another direction I can go to? Oh shit. No. Uh-oh. Who spotted me? Something from below? Oh yeah. Get all the younglings. They must die. Are you hiding something? Yes. So
元来今日の都はあやかしの多く住まう土地であった。結界によって人妖の調和は保たれておったというのに、昭和を乱し醜く争わせるとは、なんたる狼藉じゃ。
This was the enemy base. And what do you need?
里にたどり着先に行った仲間たちは近頃神が物はこのありさまではラーベの陰陽師に助けを請うのも
Offer aid in place of the Omnio mages. Oh, Jizo. Trying to hide these things from you. Oh, there is a master here. Must capture enemy base. That's not a base though. Ah, whatever. Just let me check a few things before I... Hey. It won't let me. Oh, there's a lesser crucible somewhere nearby. That's why it won't let me. Of course. It would just be too simple if that were the case. Oh my god. Oh, come on, I had nowhere to dodge that. Yeah, brick. What were they even trying to defend here? Nothing. It was just a small loot. But it doesn't look like there's a direct route to get to the master. Unless probably on the ceiling. Oh, the roof. Alright, well, let me go back there. Careful when you fast travel, because that's when it treats the same way as using a shrine. Enemies will respawn, your elixirs will refill, etc., etc. And my battery's low. Darn. X amount of hours playing, and your PS5 controller is already dying. Wear and tear, that's why.
これ以上被害が増えないようここで打ち果たしてしまうんぞ。
Uh-oh.
カモの奴らに頼まれて来てみれば、なんというありさ
Holy
まか。
Is it going in circles? Dang it! Oh, it's kind of. No, not really, actually. Uh-oh. I've been had. Crucible Ice Spear. And now the source. Of course, it's another wolf. He's fallen. Easy.
残らずやられてしまうとは何事だ。我らを呼んだカモの陰陽師たちは無事なのだろうか。おや、カモの方々がこちらに。何を。
カモの陰陽師の死体は見当たらぬな。安倍の者どもと力量に大きな差はないはずだが。ともあれ、先へ参ろう。陰陽師様、娘をどこに連れて行くのですか。どうかご勘弁を。
Oh, jeez. They're asking me to go even further back. Okay. Oh, hello. There's an enemy base there. There's a crucible there. Oh no, I already went up there.
こっちに来ないでくれ
Well, that's not so ominous.
人をあやかしに変えておるのか。なんたる非道。
Ow. What kind of scroll? Oh, that's it. But that's not a scroll. That's someone's hair. Hair lock that gives me abilities to unlock stuff in the skill tree. So that's where I have to go. And there too, and then there and there. Alright, now I go to the west. Oh, east? I thought you said west! Oh jeez. Oh, hello.
竹千代殿、なんとこの辺りで協力、おそらく縁改まと化したならば急を要する。私に
Okie dokie, what do you want me to do? Oh, enemy base and such? Okay, let's team up. If I'm not mistaken, this guy Yoshimoto, I think that was his name, right? In Nioh 2, he transformed into a yokai. And what a transformation it was. Oh, hello. Don't hurt the ferret. Of course, the Enkis would be hiding up there. Them Enkis are former Omio mages that decided to go literal ape shit. Is this the same path? Or is this like some kind of alternative path? That's a dead end. Locked. Yeah, of course. Still worth checking. I think I see what's going on. Ooh, Kappa. Find a Kappa, kill a Kappa, because they got some good shit. That is not a normal scroll, but that's probably the one I'm looking for. Oh, a wheel monk. Ah, slow movement. It's not even facing me. Also, it is not. So they did change. They changed the property of slow movement. Now it's your whole body. Is he down? No, not yet. I mean, my friend. Hey! Toji Temple.
描かれた竜が真に迫るあまり絵から飛び出したとも伝え聞く。しかしそれがあやかしにも起こるとはのう。当時は平安京の南方、大きな五重塔が 良い目印になるであろう。
So there's a icy flooring, icy hill. Can't even get up there. Then how does one get up there then? There has to be a way, yeah? Or unless where he was standing, that was where I was supposed to go. Yeah. Ah, shit. I almost broke my leg. So you can't string that, but you can't string in a certain way. Why is there so many wasps? First wasp, and now spiders. Oh, got it. I almost got stuck. Oh, I could have just gone there. Oh shit! I felt a rumbling of my controller. I felt a rumbling and I was like, oh shit, wait, no. It's a trap. A hot spring. But I'm gonna remind myself to take a dip in there. It's part of the complete. Hey, Womp. Okay. Okie dokie. Is he fighting enemies without me? Yeah, he is. Hey! Uh-oh. So he can see us like that, right? Catch! Oh damn, he knows how to roll. Usually that's only done by the other variation. that's all of them. Grubby iron key.
さすがだな。貴公に頼んだ甲斐があった。これで扉の奥へ進めよう。
You say that, but you were here too. Let me just unlock this. What time is it now? Okay. I was thinking of like finishing, wrapping up here at like 4:30. Just make sure I don't miss anything. Oh, should be looking at my. I should be looking in front of me instead of just looking at the compass. Oh, I know you, and I hate you. I hate you with a passion. She knows how to run and then heals. And she gave up that easily. For now. Oh wait.
やはり巴御前か。その姿忘れもせぬ。
わらわ撃たれたのか。死してようやく正気を取り戻せたわ。己影と決め、あやつがわらわを欺いて九州の墓に招き寄せ、怪しげな術でわらわをあやかしへと変じたのじゃ。
影と決め、宗匠様を牢したのと同じ手を使うとは。
そなたらには感謝しかない。怒りと恨みに駆られ、陰陽師の里にある屋敷へ来るがよい。
Oh, she will teach me something. Sweet, more Amio mage stuff.
竹千代殿。
This Kodama is hiding a chest. I mean, on the map. Repel expert. Is that a bug repellent? Oh yeah, hot spring. The only reason why I didn't want to attend to the hot spring yet because I feel embarrassed. Whenever you have a companion with you, they actually do have dialogues when you interact with the hot spring. Or sometimes they won't say anything and then instead just give you a gesture. Most of the gestures would be like, "Oh, really? Like right now you want a hot spring?" Or like even they too feel embarrassed. How does one jump there? Can I actually jump from there? Oh shit, I can. I thought it was like locked. Like one of those moments where you're just locked into animation. You can't jump. I have probably so much ninja. Yeah, a couple. Yeah, I'll unlock some stuff later. Oh, jeez. The fact that your ninja tools can actually now refill as you attack or do a perfect evade. Oh, that's an improvement compared to the first two games where you would have to refill with either a ninja tool or go to a shrine to refill it. Now they made things very, very mobile. What does a wheel monk do? It does fire. Oh, wheel monk does a fire shot. Strider! That one's supposed to increase your speed, right? Yeah. Water shot. 12? Did that improve? Did the numbers increase? What does that do? Repel expert. Extends the window's opportunity for a successful style. Oh, okay. Yeah, just an easier way to do the burst. I think there's one that also does that with deflecting. I think that might be a samurai, actually. Yeah, deflection expert. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I mean, I can see, and you can see why it's like a high price to pay. It's like it's the game's way of trying to make it easy for you. It's a welcome addition, but I probably wouldn't use it unless there is an enemy with a bullshit, you know, enemy, a boss or a bullshit enemy that, you know, that has like a very iframe attack, maybe. Oh. So you have like two options. You either go down here, while also risking at the chance of falling off, or fight that giant yokai. I picked the first option. I mean the latter. I prefer fighting. But is it? Can't be a common enemy. That I know that one. That's the very first or second boss you fight in Nioh 1. The Oni Yorkiri or something like that. But there's like some holes here and there. Unless I can lure him to get to me. No, this place is big space. Or not. Who invited this dweller? Who invited the dweller? He's got some new moves this time. I had no dodge. It's like you're familiar with these bosses, but dude, of course, you're not the only one with new tricks. Too late. That was too soon. decide to fight. Okay, that one I missed. Next time, put up a better challenge. Formidable? Not so much. Oh, but I will never forget my tarnish. Will we find the tarnished one? Not with that attitude, but unfortunately, yeah, they didn't make it. But yeah, the first time I played Nioh 1, the alpha build, oh shit, that yokai was painful. But it was a good first starting impression of the game when I first played it. Oh shoot, I'm not close enough. Dang it! If the cursor does not light up, it doesn't count. It's not like one of those games where realism shooting exists. Nah, not this game. Nice. Oh, I remember Morning Moon. But did I even unlock? No, because I'm not using sword. When you see at least like a couple of blue graves, or they're not graves, they're righteous spots. Oh no, they're called benevolent graves. Then expect a boss fight to happen. They're very visible and known before a boss room door. All right, that'll be it for now, for today. So, yep, Thursday. Thursday, unfortunately, I won't be able to stream. I'm gonna be busy that day, family stuff. But just reminder, there will be a state of play on that day, Thursday. Whatchamacallit, 1 hour long, lengthy state of play. We already know because of the leaks, thanks to Steam, Marvel Tokon will most likely be there. And I think the state of play airs at 5 p.m. Eastern time. So grab some popcorn and get ready for either a shit show or, hey, who knows, maybe it'll be a good one. I mean, I'm sure, I bet a lot of people are hoping it's a good one, because if it's going to be 1 hour long, there's got to be a bunch of games to announce. And then, of course, some games that we already know it's coming out. I bet you RE9's going to be in there. maybe that state of play will finally announce a demo. Because I feel like that's one thing that RE9 is missing out on. 7 did it with that interesting paranormal activity experience. And then so did 8. 8 had a demo as well, so I don't see why they won't do the same for RE9. Unless Capcom has no confidence. Because that's like one thing, my little theory is that whenever a game company offers a demo, they have confidence that, hey, we have there's a public available downloadable demo. Please try out our game. If you kind of think about it in a sort of logical sense, demos are not just a sign of, letting people out there in the public to try out a game, but it's also like the devs feeling confident that, hey, what you're about to play is just a piece of what we're cooking here, and if you like it, hey, there's more where that came from. However, yes, I do understand that some devs don't want to take that risk, because back in the day when PS1 had demo disc, Xbox had demo disc as well. There was even a chance where people would play a demo of a game and actually not be interested in the game. And then, that kind of like damages the the chances of being that one consumer to buy the game. So that feels like, yeah, that it's a double-edged sword when it comes to demos. They could be a chance to get people to be invested and interested when the game comes out, or they'll try it and say, nope, I don't like it, and not buy it. But come on, it's Resident Evil 9. It's Resident Evil. What? Capcom has no confidence? Yet, that new game, Pragmata, there's a demo for that one. It's a fresh new IP, and yet they feel confident with that one. And then Team Ninja did a demo for Nioh. 2 demos. An alpha build, and then a pre-release. Well, to be fair, it's the 3rd installment, so, you're pretty much... people would already know what you're getting into, what you're buying. But you want to see... But for a 3rd game, you want the improvements. You want to see improvements. So, yeah. Maybe. That's going to be one of my bets. During the State of Play, when Capcom shows off yet again RE9, maybe they'll say, for a limited time, you get to play the demo. And I swear to God, it better not be that frickin' time trial demo. Remember that? You only have 30 minutes to play RE2 Remake. And when the time's up, you can never play the demo again. Like, why? Who at Capcom thought of that idea? That was a stupid idea. Thank God afterwards they just kind of stopped doing that. My other predictions? Well, don't expect Killzone. We're getting a stupid Horizon game. And I say stupid because it really does look stupid. I don't know. I don't expect anything God of War related. But I'm just saying, if there is something God of War related, who knows? Maybe they'll do like a remake. Actually, no, that's too much of a stretch. No, that's a far fetch. No, Sony would never tell Santa Monica to go back to the old days. And plus, I'm pretty sure T.C. Carson, he might lose his voice even more if they think of bringing him back, which I wouldn't mind, but it's a different time now, and people have aged. Unless T.C. Carson still somehow has it in him. Would you like to meet the god that he used to be? But that would be nice. Either that, or somehow Sony gets their hands on the HD collection of God of War, so that you can experience all 5 games again. I don't see why they can't do that again. But yeah, other than first parties, I don't know. Being an hour long, I'm still expecting at least like 2 games to take up that much time. I'm sure there could even be like unannounced new games from third parties. It'll be a nice surprise, but we're just hope that the games that any new game that gets announced, that it turns out to be good, or looks good, gives off a good first impression. Especially now with the AAA industry going haywire. Yeah, they really need Sony really needs something. Not Sony. The gaming industry needs new games and ones that are actually fun. In fact, because like a lot of game companies have to do a lot of layoffs, and I'm not just talking about Ubisoft, because the industry has hit its lowest low. In fact, I feel like we're going to be entering the gaming depression, the Great Depression for video games. And game companies refuse to accept that it was their fault. I mean, just look at Microsoft. They're trying to be like, stop calling it AI slop. It's not slop. It's good. Oh, and then whoops. Looks like we have to increase the price on our products. Well, that's not even the biggest mistake. Exclusivity needs to come back. Halo should never be on PlayStation, not even on Nintendo. Sorry, but MLB the show, PlayStation exclusive. Yeah, no, I mean PlayStation. No, I mean being multi-platform. No. Although then again, that's not Sony's call. That's the MLB. They make that decision. But yeah. Nah, but that's the, in fact, think about it. Microsoft could have thrived if they made everything exclusive to them. Fallout, Call of Duty, Crash Bandicoot, and Spyro. I don't care if they were once Sony properties. They weren't even owned by Sony. Heck, Naughty Dog wasn't owned by Sony. They were just like third party at the time. And then they just basically handed Crash Bandicoot to Universal. Anyways, yeah, so it's like exclusivity needs to come back. Microsoft needs to wake up and say, "Oh, sorry, Sony and PC fans, it's over. Call of Duty is ours. You want it? Buy our Xbox." Think about it. That's how it should have been. You want to give people a reason to buy an Xbox? Well, there you go. I solved your problem. And Sony should do the same. I'm sorry, but if you like Destiny, but it has to be a Sony exclusive then, to give people a reason to buy a PlayStation. Put it on PC? No, that has to end at some point as well, because PC market, they already have Steam and a bunch of... No. Well, then again, unless Bungie decides to somehow break free of Sony's chain, then going third-party, multi-platform, that's their choice. But man, but you have to remember, don't feel bad for Bungie. Oh right, speaking of Bungie, I'm pretty sure Bungie's game Marathon is going to be there. But I mean, sorry, that aside, don't feel bad for Bungie, because they are not the same Bungie that you once knew. Remember that saying, you don't support, or how does the saying go? It's like, you don't support the people behind the logo, you only support the logo. You know, like that advertisement that you often hear from game trailers from the company that made Halo or let's say Helldivers. No, absolutely not. It's behind the logo, yes, but not made by the same people. Case in point, Destiny 2. I'm pretty sure it's not even made by all the old staff of Bungie that made all the amazing Halo games. Maybe some of them who are still there, but I think the core team, yeah, no, they're not there. They're no longer there. So yeah, the next time you see the next time you see something like that in a game trailer, oh yeah, just like High Guard. I mean, to be fair, it says from the creators, not from the company Respawn. No. Then sure. I mean, you kind of see that with High Guard, but yeah. High Guard. Who even asked for it? Why do we need another hero shooter? It's time for a new genre, boys, or a genre that needs to be revived. That's the problem right now. Battle Royales, hero shooters, we already got plenty of those now. Time to bring back 3D platformers, Yahoos, and Crash Bandicoot woes. And I don't know what other genres need to come back. Well, I would say turn-based RPGs because of Expedition 33. In fact, I feel like I made a prediction in the next few years the industry is going to turn heads to Expedition 33 and be like, yeah, let's make a game just like that because, hey, the Sandfall took 9 awards. Maybe we could do the same. Yeah, easier said than done. You have to make the game to let that happen. And that also means no frickin' AI slop. That, like, man, people who dare try to play Black Ops 7's campaign, they were like, oh my god, the script, the voice acting, it's all AI. Who wrote this story? Oh, of course, Chat GPT. Yeah, not a good look. And when somebody from Treyarch says that they knew that the game was doomed to fail at launch, well, you really should have listened to that guy. Oh well, Call of Duty will be in shambles. And I bet you this year they're still going to announce a Call of Duty. And it's going to be even worse than the last. Oh yeah, isn't this year supposed to be Infinity Ward's turn? Oh yeah, no pressure, Infinity Ward. Modern Warfare 4, what could possibly go wrong? Anyways, tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Why do I feel like it's a Monday, but it's Tuesday? Excuse me. Oh, the burpy gas went in my nose a bit. But yeah, I'll see if I can stream tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be like today, like streaming in the afternoon. Most likely in the evening, but hey, can't make any promises. I don't stream that often, only because there are so many days where I wish I could, but then stuff happens. Or other days my mood just be like, nah, I don't have the energy. But definitely for sure down the road I will probably do a stream where I talk about the state of play. The ups, the downs, and the weird ones. There's always got to be a weird one for sure. Let's see. No. Hoyoverse has already done all their stuff. Their special programs were done. It won't be a while until the next one, so enjoy the current events that are running in both Genshin and ZZZ. Honkai, supposedly their update goes live, but yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna reinstall the game, get all the freebies, pull up some gotchas, and then uninstall. And only come back when somehow, some way, the Honkai team changes the game somehow that will leave me coming back. But nah, I think that's 1 out of 1,000 chances of happening. Sorry, Honkai team, but should have tried a different genre, or at least enhance the turn-based combat. Also, I see them. I see how the Honkai team is chasing dreams. Wuthering Waves' story takes everybody into like some college university, and now Honkai's doing the same. The new planet is based off of a university college campus. I wish I were kidding, but nah. You can see the competition between the two. Yeah, well, sorry. Both games have failed on me, especially Wuthering Waves. I gave it a chance, but Wuthering Waves, nah. Game's not even that stable. Like, there's even some weird, funny delay inputs. Anyways. So, with that, I will then see you guys in the next stream. You folks have a good day and a good night. See you, folks.